Last year, we recapped the entire story of Destiny leading up to the Witch Queen expansion, which you all seem to enjoy. So with modifications and improvements, let's do it again for Lightfall, summarizing everything up to this point in the story to get you ready for Neptune and the secrets that lie within. Whether you are a new player or a seasoned vet, get your jump ship ready for takeoff as we begin to tell the tale of this epic journey. Before we get into the overall story, I wanted to make a short summary to make the overall universe easier to understand, hopefully. This is the basics of Destiny, then we'll get into everything else and start from the beginning. As always, timestamps can be found below. Humanity was struggling with overpopulation and other issues, but one day an alien sphere arrived and solved our problems, creating a new golden age of technology, exploration, and colonization. Humans set out among the stars and built homes and cities on other worlds like Mars. One day though, the Traveler's ancient enemy known as the Darkness would arrive and nearly wipe out everything. In its last bit of hope though, the Traveler pushed back the Darkness, and so the story begins. Hovering over Earth is this alien sphere known as the Traveler. Humans from around the globe would begin a journey to the sphere to make a new home, hopefully survive. When the Traveler pushed back the Darkness, it created the Ghosts, AI-like companions whose sole purpose was to find a guardian of their own, resurrect a dead human worthy enough, and they would be the defenders of humanity. Destiny is a game about becoming legend. Guardians defend Earth and the city from alien threats as the Darkness makes its approach once more. So that's the basic overall plot, but let's take a deeper dive. If you watched last year's video, much of this is the same, but I did change some of the paragraphs, updated the lore we have from this year, and re-edited everything again, so I hope you enjoy. Millions of years ago, an alien race called the Hive would form from the Krill. The Krill lived on a gas giant called Fundament, and their world was dying. 3 siblings, heirs to the Osmium King, would dive deep into their planet in the hopes to find something that would save their species. Down in the deep, the siblings found the Worm Gods, beings of immense power and darkness who convinced them to take a worm, consume it, and become one of their own minions. Returning to the surface of their planet, the siblings gave the rest of their species these worms, and thus they became the Hive, a powerful race that would crusade across space, destroying everything in their path. These worms gave the Proto-Hive a chance to live, the 3 siblings a chance to live. But there was sort of a catch. They had to keep killing to feed their worms. If not, they would consume them. The Hive have many leaders and gods, as many players call them. The most important at this time was Oryx the Taken King, and he had 2 sisters, Xivu Arath and Savathun. Oryx was known as the Navigator and had most of the power it would seem. Xivu Arath, the Hive god of war, and Savathun, the god of cunning. She would play many tricks on her enemies. The 3 siblings would scour the universe, feeding their worms and becoming more powerful. They would even fight and kill each other to showcase their strength and even created these things called throne worlds or ascendant realms, a location which they have absolute control over. Throne worlds are like a backup for these Hive gods. If you want to kill a Hive god, you need to kill them in their throne world as well, or else they'll keep coming back. Throughout time, the three Hive siblings grew indifferent. Oryx communed with the deep and learned the power to take, changing beings into something else, his own army. Savathun began to question continuously feeding her worm, was it even worth it? And Xivu took her Hive war moons and fleets and had her own plans. So the three split and went their separate ways. The gods also had their own offspring. Oryx had Nokris and Crota. Crota one day was messing around as children often do and opened up a portal, a rift that would let another alien species into this reality, the Vex. The Vex are very interesting, time-traveling robots attempting to save their dying species. This was the start of their invasion across the solar system, space, and time, and eventually when we see them when we play the game. Around this time though, there was a mysterious object in the solar system of the Hive, something they dubbed as a mysterious 53rd moon. Although it didn't visit their planet, it was there and brought many questions. Was this thing the cause of their apocalypse? The giant moon would visit or travel to other worlds though, not just the Hive. One day it would vibe at an alien world of another species and grant them glorious gifts and ether, a substance used to survive for this species whom was called the Eliksni. The Eliksni, or sometimes referred to as the Fallen, prospered under the Great Machine Moon for many years, until an event called the Whirlwind happened, an apocalyptic period where the Great Machine decided to flee them, leaving the Eliksni in ruin.
In the chaos, the Great Machine fled, abandoning us all.
Throughout all of this, yes, there's another alien species, the Cabal, who built up ranks on their homeworld of Torabottle. The Cabal are a very militaristic species whom had many different leaders. First, an emperor in Calus who controlled his people and enslaved other races to the Cabal hierarchy for his own advantage. After a coup, Gaul would become the new head honcho, a ruthless albino-looking Cabal that wanted revenge for his depressing upbringing. You shouldn't mess with the Cabal. They destroyed entire worlds, ate entire planets, and grinded them to dust. Thousands of years later, we now have our setting, Earth. Cities are overcrowded, humans are struggling, and global pollution is increasing. Our kind has always dreamt of navigating the cosmos, exploring new moons, worlds, and anomalies among the stars. What was out there, and what could we do to achieve this? Detected at the far edges of the system was a mysterious alien sphere, a large spherical object that looked like a moon. At first, scientists and humans referred to this as Planet X, and it was gaining much traction on Earth and attention drifted toward the planet Jupiter. Planet X here terraformed 2 of Jupiter's moons and then vanished. A year later, it returned to terraform Mercury, then disappeared again. This cycle continued a couple of more times on Venus and other worlds until it made its approach to Mars. Government organizations on Earth were puzzled and hesitant at first, but a mission to intercept Planet X on Mars quickly became a reality, and this mission was called Ares 1. Astronauts launched for the Red Planet and came into contact with the alien artifact, who brought rain to a planet filled with sand and harsh environments. One of these astronauts aboard Ares is responsible for naming Planet X, saying it seemed to move with a purpose, and so they called it the Traveler. The Traveler brought a golden age to humanity, terraforming our home, helping us learn new technology and most importantly, traveling across space. The Golden Age was a time of triumph for the human race, building entire cities in no time thanks to nano-replicating technology in Siva, star and colony ships to travel to other worlds, and establishing homes on those worlds. The Golden Age saw many giant corporations form. The Ishtar Collective would study the Vex and build an academy on Venus, while Clovis Bray Corporation would experiment in creating a supercomputer sentient Warmind called Rasputin that Siva to construct those cities, and transferring the human consciousness into an exo body, a robotic body. As you may come to know, Clovis Bray, the creator, was a madman, but his advancements had a huge impact on humanity. The list here during the Golden Age goes on, and this was the greatest achievement we've ever established, but this Golden Age couldn't last forever, of course.
The stories tell of a golden age long ago, when our civilization spanned the system. It was a bright and hopeful time, but it didn't last. Something hit us, knocked us down and tried to stamp us out. No one knows exactly what, but we do know this. Very few of us survived. And those who did owe their lives to the Traveler.
Detected by Clovis Bray's Warmind AI Rasputin, the darkness was found at the edge of the system. As word began to spread and panic broke out in the streets, the Traveler too made its next move. Departing Io, it made its way to Earth as its enemy invaded the system. Rasputin would try to defend humanity, but nothing could be done, so it went dormant in the hopes of surviving the impending storm. The darkness destroyed our worlds and species and grinded us to dust and ash. In its last dying breath, the Traveler repelled the darkness and saved our people. This was not without apocalyptic-like casualties though. As most of Earth was destroyed, people were scattered, and the air was filled thick with smoke. Out of the vanishing haze and clouds, you can still spot the Traveler, making its last stand, now hovering over our planet in a dormant, idle state. Humans who once explored the stars were now forced into survival mode. Most of them made their way to the wilds and built camps, safe havens for a time, but conditions were not always the best. The Traveler still would continue to help humanity though, even after it essentially was in a coma. In its last moment, that dying breath, it created the Ghosts, small AI-like companions that had one job: to resurrect a human and give them the powers of the Traveler, the light, and this is where our story begins.
Legends say the Traveler sacrificed itself to save us. The mysterious sphere still hangs where it made its last stand, low above the earth, keeping silent watch. The years that followed the collapse of the Golden Age were hard, but slowly we joined together to build a city beneath the Traveler. And now we've begun to venture back into the wild, only to find that we're not alone. Strange and deadly creatures have occupied our old worlds, and they're pressing hard against the city, probing for a weakness, trying to stamp us out for good.
The first Lightbearers were not always super friendly. After the collapse came the Dark Age, a time when ruthless warlords ruled and claimed parts of ruined Earth. Humans were treated poorly by these warlords who wanted nothing more than power and the treasures scattered across the new landscape. But warlords weren't the only threats. Some of those alien races we talked about have now made their way to Earth and Sol, like the Eliksni, who scavenge the wilds of our dead world, longing for the Traveler to return to them. There were groups of Lightbearers that would soon rise up though, to defend these humans from alien factions and warlord scum. The most notable group was called the Iron Lords, who made their home high above a mountaintop on Fellwinter Peak. Over time, these Iron Lords would extinguish the Warlords of Earth and help many people find safe haven. They would build camps and outposts. Those outposts became towns, and those towns became one city under the Traveler. One city of humans united together under the protection of this alien god. At this point, the Lightbearers became guardians, and their job was to defend their species and this last city from alien enemies, from past knowledge, and most importantly, the darkness. This begins the story of Destiny 1. When selecting a guardian, you have multiple choices. You can be a human, which is self-explanatory, a human resurrected, and now you're a guardian. You can be an exo or an awoken. Exos are robotic bodies with human consciousnesses implanted within them. As briefly mentioned, these were created by Clovis Bray, who implanted minds into robotic bodies. This took place on Europa at the Deep Stone Crypt and was very sketchy. Many humans died in experiments, and Clovis Bray could care less. As long as his legacy was preserved and he got what he wanted, he didn't care. Exos' minds are often wiped or were wiped. This is said to prevent some issues with the human mind not reacting to its new body, but is often used to cover up information. If you see an exo with a number after their name, that is the number of times they've been reset. For example, Banshee 44, reset 44 times. Awoken are a new type of human, born from the collision of light and dark. A group of humans was aboard a colony ship trying to escape during the collapse when light and dark collided outside their spaceship. This would send them into a pocket dimension called the Distributary, where they lived for a very long time. Their queen, Marasov, decided to return to Sol to see if anything was left. So a group of them did leave to try and help their ancestors. They set up shop in the asteroid belt and called it the Reef. After selecting a character, you first awaken the Cosmodrome of Old Russia. This was a place where humans flooded during the collapse, hoping to leave Earth. Most of these people perished, and you can see the effects of this. All the cars lined up trying to get past the wall, destroyed fuel lines to the colony ships, and the colony ships still lying there. There's dead humans aboard them. Our goal early in the game was to find a ship and make our way back to the city, to learn who we were, what the city was, and what the plan was.
Word! You're alive! You don't know how long I've been looking for you. I'm a ghost. Actually, now I'm your ghost, and you? Well, you've been dead a long time. So you're going to see a lot of things you won't understand. This is fallen territory. We aren't safe here. I have to get you to the city. Hold still. Welcome to the last safe city on Earth. The only place the Traveler can still protect. It took centuries to build. Now, we're counting every day it stands. And this tower is where the Guardians live.
Once we arrive, we are briefed by the speaker. He says he speaks for the Traveler and tells us the basics. The Traveler gives us the light to wield as guardians. It has an ancient enemy in the darkness, and it's gonna make its return one day, so we need to fight to protect it.
Until it wakes and finds its voice. I am the one who speaks for the Traveler. Guardians, to protect us, and do what the Traveler itself no longer can. I could tell you of the power of the darkness, its ancient enemy. There are many tales told throughout the city to frighten children. Lately, those tales have stopped. Now, the children are frightened anyway. The darkness is coming back. We will not survive it this time.
In the tower, we will also find the Vanguard, 3 leaders that represent the 3 Guardian factions of Hunter, Titan, and Warlock. They can be found in the middle here at this table and will often command you on your missions. With their word, our adventure begins when we are introduced to these alien races on multiple planets and moons: the Eliksni, or the Fallen, the Cabal, the Vex, and the Hive. As we explore different worlds and slay aliens to recover epic weapons, we can't help but notice someone was watching us. First on the moon, then we finally speak to them on Venus.
Many Guardians fell. Strong ones. But you made it here. They brought us here. The Vex. Evil so dark it despises other evil. But I believe where our paths cross, ground could break.
This is the Exo Stranger. At first, that's what we called her. Her real name is Elsie Bray, the granddaughter of Clovis Bray, who created the Exos. Elsie tells us that the Vex are the true threat here. We need to find the Black Garden and rip out its darkness-infused heart. Only then the Traveler will begin to heal.
Find the Black Garden. Rip out its heart. Only then will your Traveler begin to heal.
Can you help us find it?
My path's my own. I can't.
With the help of the Vanguard and Queen of the Reef Marisov and her brother Aldrin, we acquire a Gate Lord's Eye and enter the portal to the Black Garden. In a race to the finish, we cleanse some of the Vex here and destroy the heart, restoring peace and some power to our Traveler.
So, think you can kill a god?
Don't think I have a choice.
So much more, Guardian. I've seen terrible things born out in the darkness. Every moment brings them closer. All ends are beginnings. Our fight is far from over.
Destiny's first raid was called the Vault of Glass. This area consisted of giant caverns and Vex-inhabited environments on Venus. The Vault of Glass was being used by the Vex to experiment. This place didn't exist in normal space-time, allowing them to test experiments of ontological warfare like oracles and gorgons, Vex units capable of erasing beings from existence. The past, present, and future worlds would all meet here, and if sustained, the Vex could cause some big problems. During the city's early days, a Guardian fire team would venture into the vault. Kabir, Fahanin, and Pradith were among the 6. Although the team had the skill capable for this, they failed, most consumed by the Vex and some even erased from time. Thanks to their efforts though, now we are able to go into the vault and stop the Vex from rewriting reality to their liking. A few months later, a mysterious character appears in the tower named Eris Morn. Eris crawled out of the Hellmouth on the moon, a giant pit where Hive armies linger and something even more frightening awaits in the dark. Eris was the only surviving member of a 6 Guardian fire team who attempted to stop Hive on the moon, led by Crota. Remember Oryx and he had a son called Crota who opened that portal and let the Vex in? Yeah, he's on our moon and attempting to amass a giant Hive army to invade Earth. This whole expansion was centered around invading Crota's Ascendant realm and taking him out for good.
Crota, son of Oryx. He took everything from me. He will turn his eyes to Earth. And only a true weapon of the light can stop his wrath. Now you must face what lurks in the dark below.
In May 2015, the Guardians would be called to the Reef to assist Queen Marasov of the Awoken once more. Mara gave us the location of the Blackguard previously and expected some form of payment. This was it. The Fallen have different houses among them, different factions who believe in different things. One of these was the House of Wolves, whom was allied with Mara, but during the House of Wolves expansion they would turn against her and the Reef.
They met that mercy with betrayal. Now, they will feel my wrath. Open the Reef to the Guardians. Offer the riches of our realm as bounty for these traitors. Let the hunt begin.
Calus, who called himself the Kell of Kells, was at the center of this plot, attempting to unite all fallen houses under one banner. Our Guardian was sent around the system to track down the wolf traders, assist the Queen, and exterminate Calus for good. The House of Wolves was the first time the Reef was open to the Guardians. A new social space allowed us to speak to Petrovenge, the Queen's Wrath, take in the derelict ship Graveyard, and interact with Varix. Varix the Loyal was a scribe of the Eliksni. He works alongside Mara now and guides us through our mission. He knows much about his species, so this would come in handy with his scouting reports. In September of 2015, the Taken King expansion was released. Witnessing what we did during the Dark Below and killing Crota, his father was quite angry and was on his way. This is Oryx the Taken King, one of the Hive gods discussed at the beginning of this video. The campaign starts with Queen Mara and her Awoken fleet engaging in firefights with Oryx's crew near Saturn to try and put a stop to their advance. Although the Awoken put up a good fight, they were no match for the dreadnoughts of the Hive. Many Awoken were destroyed, including Mara, which was a part of her plan, and her brother Aldrin crash-landed on Mars.
The Awoken have played their part. This was all part of the plan.
Our Guardian first gets wind of this incident from Commander Zavala, who tells us an outbound signal was found on Phobos, a moon of Mars, which could cause a full-scale attack, so we go investigate. On the moon of Mars, we find horrifying sights of Taken. Enemies we once fought were now twisted of their wills and turned into something new. Cade makes his way to the hangar where he and Amanda Holliday outfit our ship with stealth tech to infiltrate the rings of the Dreadnought in secret and board Oryx's command ship.
An unsanctioned op, using modified stealth tech, to infiltrate a Dreadnought above Saturn's rings so we can knock out its weapons, create a transmat zone, and send in the cavalry.
Aboard the Dreadnought, we take part in many missions. We fight Hive, which of course are part of Oryx's forces, but also Cabal, who have crash-landed one of their giant warships into its hull, attempting to neutralize these vermins in their own ways. After sneaking back to Crota's Ascendant realm and stealing an essence from his tomb, our Guardians become Ascendant, allowing us to enter a portal and confront Oryx in the final story mission. As mentioned though, these Hive gods aren't dead until killed in their throne worlds, and Oryx would retreat to his own above his Dreadnought. This is where the King's Fall raid would come into play, a 6-player activity where you sneak through Hive tomb ships, kill War Priest and giant ogres to take out the Taken King once and for all. In 2016, the next big adventure would begin. Long ago, the Iron Lords, the ones who helped defend early humans from those warlords, were in grave danger. Some of the lords heard of this technology called Siva and a replication chamber that creates it in the Cosmodrome. This was that technology during the Golden Age that assisted in rapid city creation and starship construction. So you can see why they would want to go after this. So this is a perfect opportunity to help the humans in the last city and maybe reclaim some of Earth. As the lords ventured to the vault, the Warmind Rasputin, that super powerful military Warmind, turned against them, unleashing Siva and other forces to fight the Iron Lords.
In the years after the collapse, the world had no guardians. It had only Iron Lords. Immortal, fearless, we fought to protect the survivors of a once great age. Our battle was about more than crawling back from the shadows. The Iron Lords would give humanity back its future.
In 2016's expansion, our Guardian thought Siva was gone for good, but nope, Fallen Devils had found the replication chamber at Site 6 and unleashed the Siva Plague once more, converting themselves using this new technology and causing mass chaos. Arriving at Felwinter Peak, Saladin briefs us on the situation, and we would then spend missions and a new raid in Wrath of the Machine, stopping these fallen machine cyborgs. In the end, the replication chamber was sealed off. Siva stopped, and the day saved for now.
Find the replicator and deactivate it. Only that will stop the flow of Siva once and for all.
Those things on the ceiling. I'm detecting DNA. They're human.
human? That's not possible.
Young Wolf, finish this.
We need to go. We need to go very fast.
Well done, my young wolf. Siva is gone, and the Iron Lords are at peace.
The sky would begin to darken along the walls of the city. Satellite feeds were cut off and comm channels closed across the networks. As the Vanguard leaders pondered the cause of this anomaly, Cabal warships began to invade the city.
Battle stations! Everyone with me, now!
Hang on!
Led by Dominus Gaul, the Cabal caged the Traveler with a giant device, cutting off the light to all Guardians and crippling our power.
How do we come back from this?
You don't. Welcome to a world without light.
Guardian, something's wrong.
I am Gaul, and your light is mine.
Many humans died during this event. The city went up in flames and the speaker was abducted.
The Red Legion will have that machine's power. You will be called Emperor. What more would the Dominus have?
I would have words with my guest. So, you're the one who speaks for the Traveler.
Those Guardians that survived were forced to flee the city and find somewhere safe to rebuild for the time being. After venturing out to the wilds of Earth and the forest, we regrouped with some forces at the farm in the European Dead Zone.
Somebody left a perfectly good Guardian lying around. Things must be worse than I thought. And that's our cue. Time to go, people!
But wait, where are you all going?
As far away from here as possible. Coming up on the European Dead Zone. Gonna be our new home for a while.
Look, do you recognize it?
That's where we're supposed to go.
That thing? They call it the Shard of the Traveler. I call it not a place you want to go poking around.
This would be our new home for a bit. A social space with a bit of contrast compared to a giant city. It was calm here and much more relaxing compared to those battles you'd get into soon. The EDZ was an interesting place. Yes, cool to explore, but a massive shard of the Traveler landed here during the collapse, and it still had some power. Venturing through the dark forest, we get our powers back and begin the conquest to destroy the Red Legion, Gaul, and take back our city.
This is why we were led here. I haven't been as close to the Traveler's light since... Do you feel it? Hold on to your helmet. Do you feel it? The light is back. We're back. Eyes out, Guardian.
As we would explore the system, so did members of the Vanguard. Zavala went to Titan.
If we wait, we die. But if we attack together, we can take back our home, our light, our hope. Or we die trying.
Ikora to Io to reflect.
Ikora, Zavala is forming a resistance, and he believes...
What good is a resistance when you are the only one who would survive?
And Kate 6 to Nessus.
Quick! Hurry! Come on! I don't know how long this portal's gonna stick.
Kate? What have you...
Stop. Look. Long story, and it may look like I don't know what I'm doing, but I do. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. Killing the power source at the origin point should break the loop and get me out of the portal system. Have you got that? Say you've got it. See something!
Many Guardians fled the city during the Red War. This is where the Vanguard leaders went. We made our way to the farm. Gaul, of course, here wanted the power of the light from the Traveler, for it to speak to him and reveal how to become a god. While he would await that info, our Guardian learned of a Cabal superweapon called the Almighty, one that would destroy the Traveler and Earth if not stopped.
They call it the Almighty, the crown jewel of the Red Legion and life's work of their leader, Dominus Gaul. Gaul has subjugated hundreds of worlds. Those that resisted no longer exist. You see, the Almighty annihilates stars. Nothing and no one survives Gaul's ambition. What he wants is the Traveler and its light. As for the Almighty, it's now pointed at our sun. In short, sir, the war's over, and we've lost.
The Almighty needed to be stopped. Gaul would want to get his answers, learn how to take the light, and then just destroy our system. We ventured to Titan to spread the word to Zavala, Nessus finding Cade, and Io Ikora, convincing them one by one to join us in the European Dead Zone and make a plan. We formulate a plan with them to stop this Almighty. The Guardian will steal a Cabal ship and board the superweapon, race to the finish, and destroy the beam. Meanwhile, the Vanguard will fight through the city, push back the Cabal, and plant a Vex teleporter.
Okay, let's go.
Zavala, we're coming around.
Okay.
What's with you Guardians falling down all the time?
Where's Cade?
If he's sticking to the plan, he's right where he needs to be. Now we just gotta get you and Ikora up there with him.
After we destroy the Almighty's coolants, we race back to the city to assist the Vanguard leaders, taking the Vex portal they planted to board Gaul's command ship. As we make our way to the top, we get into a final battle with him and take him out. Gaul actually succeeded. He obtained the power of the light and was about to become a god. The Traveler then broke this device and its silence, expelled Gaul, and saved the city.
Annihilator of suns, Raiser of 1,000 worlds, Slayer of gods and Conqueror of the light, I am Gaul! And I have become legend. Traveler, do you see me now? I am immortal, a god. You have failed. Witness the dawning of a new age.
The Red War was finally over, the main part of it anyway. The city was quite destroyed, but now we could start to rebuild. We would create a new tower, had memorials for characters like the Speaker who was killed by Gaul, and look forward to a new life we could share together. That light wave unleashed by the Traveler would begin a new age for our city. This wave of light would not expand without conflict though. Deep in the universe, mysterious creatures and hidden relics would soon begin to awake, like in the deep universe where the darkness itself was alerted that the Traveler was alive, it exists, and they began to make their move. In the wake of the Cabal's defeat, a giant starship would appear around Nessus called the Leviathan. The Leviathan was controlled by Emperor Calus, the original Cabal emperor before Gaul, who was exiled and overthrown years ago. Calus was put on this ship and sent adrift on a random course. He would have many strange experiences with the darkness, and as he said, would come to know its true understanding. The Emperor would invite us to his ship, where we took part in multiple raid layers. Calus would want us to prove our worth and power to him, so first we battled the robot version of him, then cleared a Vex threat clogging his engines. A lot went on here, but just know for now that Emperor Calus is a thing and we assisted him. We never get to see his actual body yet, only robot versions of him, and our adventures aboard his ship are basically entertainment to him. As the city would begin to rebuild after the Red War, something strange started to happen on Mercury. When the Traveler first visited the solar system before the collapse, it terraformed many worlds. Mercury here was terraformed into a beautiful garden world that looked like this, but as the collapse happened, the Vex converted the planet to a machine world within days. Now, an ancient portal opened and a legendary guardian would need our help. This is Osiris. Osiris was the first Warlock Vanguard leader before Ikora Rey. Osiris was exiled a time ago as he began to study the Vex too closely. The power of this Warlock is unmatched, and we could have used his help in those previous wars, but he was absent due to this exile. Osiris was thought to be a myth, some type of a rumor, but now here he was requesting our help. On Mercury, Osiris would study the Infinite Forest, a Vex machine built in the center of the planet that would simulate alternate realities, realities where the Vex would win. Receiving a message from Osiris, Ikora sends out our Guardian into the Infinite Forest to find Osiris and to avert this dark future.
Well, Osiris, what did you see? Slow down. Wait, I thought Oh, Go!
We can't stay here. If the Vex succeed, it's the end of everything. Sagira, we can see your light. You have to go.
Nope, not leaving you. Without me, there's no coming back.
If I don't stop the Vex, there won't be anything to come back to. I'm doing this for the both of us.
Don't you even... Osiris!
She's not dead. Her name is Sagira. I've known her a very long time. And her guardian, Osiris.
The Osiris? The most powerful guardian ever. The hero of 6 fronts, the Zavala before Zavala.
In the end, Osiris is saved. He reunites with Ikora, and the dark future where the sun was burnt out is averted.
The Vex mind is destroyed, and the path to their dark future is gone with it. Come, little light. We have infinite realities to explore, and all the time in the world.
The Warmind expansion shifted the focus toward a new character, Anna Bray. Clovis Bray, the one who created Rasputin the Warmind and the Exos, Anna is his granddaughter. Anna was integral in the Warmind project. She had a connection with Rasputin that was unmatched. As the story goes, Anna died during the collapse but was risen as a guardian. When she awoke, all she found was a name badge attached to her hip and set herself a goal: to learn who Anna Bray was, what Clovis and Braycorp was all about, and her new purpose as a guardian. As the polar ice caps began to thaw around Mars, Rasputin's Warmind core was exposed. This was where he was built, the Hellas Basin on Mars near the polar ice caps. Rasputin's core wasn't the only thing thawing from ice though. A Hive army who was trapped by the Warmind long ago began to rise. As we ventured to Mars, we would meet with Anna Bray, who filled us in on the backstory and what was going on.
Hey, you made it.
Actually, yes, we did.
Well, there were a lot of them, but you did great. Come on, let's see what's hiding in here. Besides hordes and hordes of frozen Hive, I mean.
Remember when the 3 siblings of the Hive dove into the deep and met the worm gods and took those worms in? Well, there are 6 worm gods, and one of them was trapped in the ice here on Mars. The worm god Zol was leading this new Hive army on Mars. Alongside it, Nokris, the other son of Oryx, who was an outcast, now pledging his loyalty to the worm gods. During the collapse, these two would try to attack and claim parts of Mars, but Rasputin suppressed and froze their entire army. As things begin to thaw now, they are back, and we need to take them down. With the help of Anna, we scour Mars for clues on what to do next. We make our way to the core of Rasputin, but Zavala tells us we shouldn't mess with the Warmind.
What do you think you're doing?
After making Nokris the Necromancer retreat into the Ascendant Realm, we would face the worm god Zol in a final battle, slaying the gargantuan creature and freeing the Warmind from the grasp of the Hive.
We all did. We're a team now, Anna. A good one.
The Bray family shaped me to be an all-seeing savior, while your vanguard sought to wield me as a primitive weapon. But today, that ends. And I define the reality of my own existence. My sight will stretch to the edge of this system and beyond. Never again will a threat go unseen. From this day forward, I will defend humanity on my own terms. I am Rasputin, guardian of all I survey. I have no equal.
What have we done?
Don't worry. We've got this.
In 2018, the Forsaken expansion would change Destiny forever. Aldrin Sov, brother to Queen Mara who crash-landed during the Taken King cutscene, was back. Aldrin has always been devoted to his sister. When we met him in Destiny 1, he was really stuck up and didn't want to assist the machine killer spawn of the Traveler. Since crashing on Mars, Aldrin has been through a lot searching for his sister Mara, and along the way began to get corrupted by darkness. In his search, he came across a wounded Eliksni named Fikrul. Aldrin wanted to save him and wished this into existence. The wish was granted by an ancient creature we'll talk about in a bit. Thanks to this wish, some of Aldrin's darkness infection was transferred into Fikrul, and he became the leader of the Scorn. Aldrin and Fikrul together quickly amassed this new army of Scorn, Eliksni infused with darkness. The new army would invade the tangled shore of the reef and pillage for any supplies and scraps they could find. Petra Venge, the Queen's Wrath, and Cade 6 were sent in to contain the Scorn. They eventually captured them and put them in the Prison of Elders, a mass prison in the reef belonging to Mara. They remained here for a time. After a while, Varix the Loyal, if you remember from the House of Wolves expansion who helped us, he was in charge of this Prison of Elders and decided to open the cells and leave. An outbreak was underway. The pirate Scorn and Aldrin had escaped from the Prison of Elders.
No! Cade, he's gone! This isn't a prison riot. It's a prison break!
The airlock on Deck 0. It's the only way out this far down. They're going to escape!
Not if I get there first.
Petra and Cade were once again called in with our Guardian to assist in these efforts, but the worst was yet to come. Cade 6 was killed by Aldrin Sov. He and his barons had escaped.
You help me out here, little buddy. Coming home, Ace.
This is going to hurt. A lot. Any last words?
How's your sister?
He didn't feel a thing.
You tell Zavala and Ikora. The Vanguard is the best bet I ever lost.
We should have been there. This is not your fault. This is on the head of Uldren Sov. But if he thinks what he's done is the end, it's not. It's the beginning. We're going to fight him.
I refuse to bury any more friends.
You won't have to. Uldren Sov is mine.
Forsaken's campaign was a revenge story, to hunt down the Scorned Barons and their leader Uldren Sov in the Tangled Shore. The lawless shore of the reef was an interesting environment to say the least. Pirates lurked around every corner, and the Spider ran his own crime syndicate under the surface, pointing our Guardian in the right direction for a price, of course. One of the big motivations for Uldren, as mentioned, is the search for his sister Mara. In cutscenes, Uldren believes he is being led by Mara to bring her back, when in fact it was this corruption guiding him to his own demise. A creature named Riven, the one he made the wish to, was at the source of this deceit. This is Riven, a shape-shifting creature called an Ahamkara, wish dragons in the Destiny universe. Long story short, there used to be many of them, but during the City Age when the city was formed, they were hunted to extinction. When Mara and the Awoken first came back to the system after this extinction event, Uldren found a baby Ahamkara and gifted it to his sister Mara, who named it Riven. Uldren's foolishness during Forsaken was caused by Riven and that wish he made. This was all just a trick to open a portal to a place called the Dreaming City, a city built by Mara and her Awoken for worship, study, and to keep their people safe. Our Guardian catches up with Petra and takes down the traitorous brother to the Awoken Queen.
That's it. Keep going. Free me!
Congratulations. You have my undivided attention. Now where's my sister?
She's not here, Aldrin. And if she was, this would be a whole lot easier.
So, this is to be a reckoning.
Wait, not like this. Look at him. He's finished. Even with everything he's done, we can't just...
You have no idea what he's done! If Cade was here, I know what he would do, Guardian. Do you?
Yes. What would the notorious Cade 6 do? You have his gun. Seems you get the last word. Everything I did for her. Funny. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Do you know which side you're on?
The Tangled Shore was the main destination for Forsaken's campaign, but with the portal now opened, the Dreaming City presented new and dangerous opportunities. The Dreaming City was created by the Awoken shortly after they came back into the solar system. They lived in the reef, and this city was sort of hidden away from the prying eye of those outside worlds. Mara and her Techians, the tech witches with magical powers, constructed this city from the ground up. The Oracle Blindwell, the Gardens, Ahamkara lived here for a time, and even Eleusinia, Mara's own throne world. Remember back when Mara died during the Taken King with her fleet? This was her plan. She had her own throne world anchored to the Dreaming City so she could survive. Mara did end up surviving, but there was an issue. In the aftermath of that defeat, the Battle of the Taken King, Oryx would storm through Mara's throne world, taking everything and blazing a path to the Dreaming City, where he also partially took Riven, the Wish Dragon. Back to current time, Mara and Petra sent the Guardians into the city to destroy Riven, as she had been corrupted. We were successful, but what we didn't know was that this would unleash a curse, one last wish made by an evil Hive sister.
My queen commanded me to slay a beast. We could not do it alone, so I turned to the Guardians. 6 brave heroes came to destroy my people's greatest secret. Riven, the last known Ahamkara, a creature of immense power and cunning. The Guardians killed Riven and ripped out her heart. But Ahamkara transcend death. They can transform desire into reality, even when they are nothing but bone and dust. I should have known that Riven would grant one last wish, one last curse. Now the Dreaming City has been taken. I opened the gates. I ordered the attack. I should have known.
The curse in the Dreaming City was set on a 3-week cycle and caused by a wish from Savathun, the Witch Queen. After Oryx's death, Savathun found Riven and made a wish. The Guardians killing her would grant that wish, and the infected cycle would begin, looping week after week. Savathun's goal here was to build new ways to feed her worm. Instead of killing and cause mass destruction to feed her worm like most Hive do, she would resort to feeding her worm by deception. Her cunning nature would help with that. So the goal for Savathun here was to find a way to invade the Awoken distributary. That Awoken pocket dimension where they were born, where time passed way faster than it did here, meaning she could become super powerful in a short amount of time. As for our Guardian, this meant returning to the Dreaming City to stop this curse, or Savathun would win. Week after week in Forsaken, we would also be brought to the Queen's Court to reunite with Mara Sov and learn more about her unanswered secrets. Mara knew that we killed Aldrin. She knew about some of the darkness and had meetings with a group called the Nine. It was during these meetings months later that a huge plot twist occurred. That's right, Aldrin Sov, the killer of Cayde and brother to the Awoken Queen whom we killed, was now resurrected as a Guardian. During the Golden Age, the Black Armory was formed. 3 separate families came together to manufacture powerful doomsday weapons in preparation for any extraterrestrial threat that might one day appear. The Black Armory created forges, allowing them to build these weapons and produce unique gear like Izanagi's Burden. The founders of this group thought they were prepared, but when the collapse arrived, they were quickly proved wrong. As the darkness began to invade, these weapons were useless. One of the members' daughter, Adelaide, was injured during this attack. Fleeing into the wilds of Earth, the mother had no choice. She would let her colleague Yuki, formerly a part of Clovis Bray, upload Adelaide's mind into an exo body. Thus she became Ada-1. Ada-1 was a special exo in the fact that she was a mobile forge for the Black Armory. She could create and tinker with weapons on the go. This sounds pretty cool and useful during this time, but it also got all these founders killed, as the warlords during the Dark Age, those first Risen who eventually became Guardians, would hunt them down for valuable weapons. Ada was the lone survivor and made her way to the last city where she would hide in secret. During the Black Armory season after Forsaken, our Guardian was asked to help with the forges after they went offline thanks to Red Legion and Fallen occupying the area. The Fallen often have many splinter groups that form, as we've seen with the Devil Splicers and Rise of Iron, and this was happening again in Season of the Forge. Civix attempted to steal the secrets of the Black Armory and convert his syndicate once more into machines, wielding the tech created by the founders of the Black Armory. We end up killing Civix at the Berguzia Forge, but also had a raid called Scourge of the Past in the city where members of the Scourge were destroyed in the Batsa ruins.
Remember this, Guardian. When the darkness sought destruction of all things, the Black Armory persevered. Our very soul resides in that vault. It must be secured. The Black Armory is depending on you.
Someone taught you respect, little man.
Someone like you? I know you all keep tabs on me.
Yeah, you've been straying. You don't even use his name no more.
Well, that's why I'm still breathing, brother. Gambit is a chance at salvation. Take it.
You were always so afraid Shin would get you. Sorry, old friend.
Behind you. Oh boy. Easy. Easy now.
Dredgen.
No, not anymore. It's Drifter now.
You have proven yourself worthy. Accept this gift from the knife.
A gift? What gift?
Back in Forsaken, a new character appeared in the tower called the Drifter. Drifter was a rogue lightbearer who came with a new game mode called Gambit, wanting you to bank motes of darkness and summon taken primevals whom he'd had stored on his ship. Drifter had a long storied past of shady deals and encounters with other legendary guardians. There was once a group who called themselves the Shadows of Yore, a group of evil guardians who essentially worshipped the darkness and killed other guardians. The Drifter is so shady he ran with that crew for a time, and was watched in the shadows by a man called Shin Malfur, whom the Golden Gun is named after. There is a lot there, but this season focused on some of those storylines, hunting down the truth of the Drifter and choosing to side with him or the Vanguard. Drifter also had some deals in the past with a group called the Nine. The Nine are very mysterious, but here's a quick summary of what we believe. Some lore suggests that the Nine are dark matter entities anchored to our planets and sun, the bodies of our solar system. 5 of the 9 want to help humanity, while the other 4 do not. Like the Drifter, the 9 are also shady and have their own agenda. They've contacted Queen Mara, they've made deals with the Drifter, and the reason the satellites were cut out during the Red War, the 9 caused this. Some of them wanted to see how the Guardians would respond, how the powers of the light might help us during this time of trouble. Season of the Drifter had the 9 tell the Drifter to keep playing his game of Gambit, keep banking those motes of darkness.
We came to say farewell. Our attention is required elsewhere.
All right. Thanks for the memories, you lunatic. Anything else I can do for you?
You're already doing it. Keep playing the game.
A few months later, we would return to Emperor Calus's Leviathan. At this point, we've completed 4 raids aboard the vessel to assist the Emperor, but he still wanted more. Open to the Guardians was the Menagerie, an activity on board that pitted us Guardians against different enemy races Calus had captured over the years. This was for us, one, to get some cool gear, but also for Calus's enjoyment. This wasn't the only reason we came back to the Leviathan though. Calus had plans to control parts of the Hive, and as you can assume, that did not go well. Calus sent some of his crew to retrieve a Hive artifact called the Crown of Sorrow. With it, perhaps he could command and civilize the Hive on board his vessel. But nope, the infection broke out and we had to jump into the Crown of Sorrow raid to cleanse the place of madness. The final boss in said raid was called Galron, and instead of wearing the crown himself, Calus put it on this Cabal, which corrupted him and made him go insane. Galron was slain and the Emperor saved once more, but something even more sinister was going on under the surface. This Crown of Sorrow that Calus obtained was planted by Savathun, sister to Oryx the Taken King, cause of the Dreaming City time loop, who would now begin to make more moves as Oryx was dead. Savathun wanted Calus to wear that crown so she could control him, but it didn't work. So this sister is now making more moves behind the scenes with her cunning nature, tricks in the Dreaming City, trying to fool the Cabal Emperor. In Shadowkeep, we would return to our moon to unearth something horrifying. Remember those darkness pyramid ships seen in that Destiny 2 final cutscene? They were approaching, it would seem, but one of them was already inside our moon and was disturbed when Eris Morn was searching through its tunnels. The darkness on our moon was just the match that lit the fire, as the other ships would be alerted even further away and continue their journey. On the moon, remaining broods of Oryx and Crota would linger, and Savathun, wanting them gone, made a deal. She would work some of her magic, bring some of their ranks back to life, as long as they build a Scarlet Keep. The Witch Queen's plans worked, as it attracted the Guardians who cleaned house. Savathun wanted them all dead, and now they were. In Shadowkeep, we face nightmares created by the darkness. Eris is haunted by her former fire team, and we fight enemies of our past. Nightmares are these psychological warfare weapons of the darkness. They're created from these pyramids and purposely bring up your worst fears and encounters. Nightmares first popped up here in Shadowkeep on the moon, but we'll see them in future seasons, so remember what they are. Shadowkeep had us combat Hive forces around the Scarlet Keep and also learn more about the darkness, fighting nightmares from our past created by it, and entering the pyramid ship itself to hear what the darkness had to say.
Violence, beauty, truth. These things await inside. There's no turning back now. Welcome. We've been waiting. The Red War saw so many lives lost. Saw the light taken away so easily. In light, there is only weakness. The light abandoned Cade, left him for dead, and kept him from being saved. One by one, Crota slaughtered many Guardians. The light stood by and did nothing, and a great disaster ensued. In light, there is only death. Respite lies ahead.
You made it. We have heard your cries for help, and soon we will answer. Who are you? Don't you recognize us? We are not your friend. We are not your enemy. We are your salvation.
Shadowkeep's accompanying season of the Undying, would also involve the Vex, who would flock to the moon and also to the Black Garden, attracted to the secrets of the darkness. The Vex have always been connected to the Garden, so we take part in stopping their invasion, destroying the Undying Mind in seasonal content, and also the Sanctified Mind in the Garden of Salvation raid, which is in the Black Garden.
We say that the Black Garden is the birthplace of the Vex. But it was not the beginning. It was the reason. The life in the garden called out a question. The Vex are the answer. They will do anything to protect the garden. In these things, there is symmetry. The gateways have opened. The Vex are coming.
In summary, certain Vex worshipped the Black Garden in darkness, and they were back, so time to end them. After those events from Curse of Osiris, Osiris and the Drifter would construct a device called the Sundial on Mercury, basically a time travel device. Remnants of the Red Legion led by Scion Flayers, super powerful Scions, jumped at this new time travel opportunity. What if they could travel back in time and change the outcome of the Red War? This was their plan.
When you slew the Undying Mind, you changed the course of history. Now time is broken on Mercury, fractured by the Legion. They intend to write a new history, a new ending to the Red War. If you're willing to help, you'll need to walk the corridors of time. And you'll need my sundial to do it.
You might ask yourself, why would Osiris make such a device? Did he even think this through? Well, Season of the Dawn and the Sundial served another purpose. Osiris wanted to rescue Saint 14, a legendary Titan and former Titan vanguard before Zavala, whom had died in the Infinite Forest. Back when Osiris was exiled, he went to Mercury, and Saint learned of this and tried to find him, but failed. Osiris and Saint 14 are partners, and Dawn would have our Guardian stop the Red Legion in the Sundial and return to past Mercury to bring back Saint 14 to the tower.
My name is Saint 14. They call me the greatest Titan who ever lived. But I would be dead if not for you.
2 years ago, the Warmind Rasputin helped humanity defeat the Hive on the Martian frontier. On that day, it swore to protect us. Now, it may be the only thing that can. The Red Legion has one last play. They have boarded their superweapon, the Almighty, and it's on the move. You already destroyed its star-killing munitions, but whatever the Legion hopes to achieve won't end well for us. They once took the tower. They will take nothing else.
The Red Legion just never seemed to quit, do they? Season of the Worthy was their last-ditch attempt at rebuilding their forces. During the opening cutscene, we see Anna Bray and Zavala aboard the Almighty, the superweapon we boarded during D2's campaign. It seemed the Cabal on board destroyed the engines and set the Almighty on a collision course with Earth. Worthy would have us team up with Zavala and Anna to arm the Warmind Rasputin and stop the Almighty. You can imagine this thing is pretty huge, so we'd likely need tons of defenses or bombs or something to destroy it to steer it away from Earth, and Rasputin is likely the only thing that could achieve this. The missions involved our Guardian opening Golden Age Seraph bunkers across the system, upgrading them so Rasputin could become stronger and to stop alien forces from trying to pillage them. Inside the Seraph bunkers, we could also see Rasputin was tracking the arrival of the pyramid ships, and week after week, they would get closer. Worthy gave us a deeper dive into what the Warmind was. Characters like Zavala often had their doubts in past in terms of trust. Rasputin itself even wavered at times and killed humans like the Iron Lords, but was now focused on one goal: protecting humanity. During the season, we got some more info on stories like Felwinter, Rasputin's Iron Lord Exo's son whom he killed.
In a time of great prosperity, a tyrant king sent his son to live among the people and learn their ways. He did so for many years, until a great calamity befell the kingdom. In the aftermath, the tyrant's son was changed. The tyrant's son turned away from his father and became a warrior. The tyrant chased his son across fields and mountains and oceans. He said, "If I can't have my son, then no one shall." In the end, the tyrant used his son's love of the people against him. He promised him a miraculous technology that could rebuild the kingdom. When his son came to claim it, he unleashed a plague upon him. His son was destroyed. And the tyrant looked upon his tyranny and wept.
And in an epic live event conclusion to the season, Rasputin would stop the Almighty from colliding with our city, sending it into the mountains in the distance.
Almighty has been reduced to smoldering ash, and with allies like Rasputin, who can stop us?
From Titan to Mercury, their shadow reaches.
Is their message a warning? A trick? We can't know until we hear their words for ourselves. You bring weapons. You will not need them. We offer only truth.
The darkness reached out, but something interferes. The witch sister of the taken king, Savathun.
So remember that thing we talked about Rasputin arming himself and being super powerful now? Well, about that. At the beginning of Season of the Arrivals, the pyramid ships had finally arrived. 4 of them halted over some of our worlds, Io, Mars, Mercury, and Titan. These pyramids had immediate effects, as seen on Mars with the Warmind, who went dark and was shut down. Anna was able to put parts of him into an encoded engram and fly to the city, but things were looking grim. On Io, a tree of silver wings was seen where the Traveler once was, and it was here where we met Eris Morn, and the darkness was trying to speak to us.
If the darkness reaches out, we must reach back.
I will not sanction this.
We are beyond sanctions. It is here. I will return to Io. If we cannot determine what the darkness seeks, we will find ourselves on the verge of a second collapse. Perhaps that is what Savathun wants.
Another threat was also present during this season, Savathun's forces and Nokris. We took out Nokris on Mars, but as mentioned, he retreated to the Ascendant Plane where he would survive and rally under a new leader, whom would be his aunt, the Witch Queen Savathun. Savathun was now here intervening with our attempts to reach out or speak to the darkness. Nokris was a Hive necromancer, able to resurrect dead beings, so it makes sense that Savathun would want him under her control. At this time, the Witch Queen was conducting her own plan in secret. She's always used the power of the darkness, but soon that may change. Some of Savathun's forces began to notice this and questioned her leadership. For this reason, she vanished for a time. In the end, we defeat Nokris and finally get to hear what the darkness was trying to say.
It is as we once said. In light, there is only weakness, only failure, only death. But where the light takes, the dark gives. No longer will you be a pawn. No longer will you watch the lives of those you care for be lost. Remember, in darkness there is only strength, only victory, only life. Ancient power awaits you on Europa.
It is drawing power. Could it be enough to drive the darkness away from us?
Every fire team has returned to the city, even the hunters. They're with the people, keeping them safe. And the last time this happened, the world ended. I'm not worried. I'm not.
It is reforming, healing its wounds. This will not be the end. It will be an escalation.
Beyond Light brought us to the icy tundras of Jupiter's moon Europa. Led by Aramis, a new fallen splinter group titled the House of Salvation would begin to make their home here, longing to rebuild their lost kingdom from their homeworld and take in new power for themselves, darkness in stasis. These fallen wanted revenge on the Traveler for leaving their species back on their homeworld of Rize. Aramis had acquired stasis and began to rebuild Rize Reborn, a new home where they would begin to rule as they once did.
Chains! For centuries we have been bound by them, servants to the so-called Great Machine. We even built idols in its image. We have become pawns of our own devices. No longer. Today, we begin breaking free from our chains. This power is a gift. One I will share with all of you in time. Vilax! One by one, we will rise again. This is our future. Our enemies stand no chance against this power. The Great Machine will finally know our pace!
House Salvation found stasis on Europa, but also Clovis Bray's Deep Stone Crypt, the place where he created the Exos. And fallen Exos would be pretty terrifying. They didn't have the power of the Traveler and Light to be revived, but this was sort of the same thing. If they can turn themselves into Exos, they can come back over and over again. As we were told on the moon, ancient power awaits us on Europa, so we went.
People of the last city, humanity has endured a devastating blow. Vanguard scouts have confirmed that Io, Mars, Titan, and Mercury have disappeared. We don't know why. We have lost contact with Deputy Commander Sloan and Jensen Scribe Ashamir. We are deploying Guardians to all corners of the system to find answers. The Traveler protects us, and we will protect you. The Guardians will come through. They always do.
That's another one. They all scan the same. Empty. Why did the darkness invite us here? You're quiet today.
Yeah. It's just, we keep coming face to face with darkness. And every time we fail to stop it, we're just so powerless.
And here comes our Guardian. Right on time.
As Guardians venture to Europa, we are greeted by Eris, the Drifter, and the Exo Stranger. This was the first time she's appeared since Destiny 1. Remember, the Exo Stranger is Elsie Bray, sister to Anna, and they are both grandchildren of Clovis, that madman scientist. Elsie has seen alternate timelines, the dark future as she calls it, where the darkness has won. And now she was back to make sure those timelines didn't become a reality, to steer us on a different path.
I know. I owe you an explanation for all this. I once asked Guardians to destroy the Blackheart, to prevent Darkness's arrival. Success may have been achieved, but I now know that fate comes knocking sooner or later. The floodgates are open. The darkness is here. I wield it now with intent to stop our enemies where the light cannot. Your resilience within the pyramid proves you're capable of wielding it too.
Guiding us through the cities of Europa, Elsie encourages us to also wield the power of darkness, that it was the only way to stop Aramis, so we do. Some characters are against this, like Zavala and even Ghost at first, but during the last mission we realized this power may have been inside of us all along.
Welcome back. It's time to meet your end. Your chains are showing. All that power, wasted serving false gods. Allow me to help you break free.
Ghost.
This is... I can't. I'm sorry.
Ha. Look what I've done for you. No more light. No more dark.
Look within. Focus your power.
How interesting.
The only thing we have to break here is you.
Come then, Khan. Show me what freedom has given you. It will not end this way. It can't. What?
Although Aramis was frozen in stasis, we still had much to do here on Europa. Fallen had found that Deepstone Crypt, and some of them even began to convert themselves into exos like Atrax 1. During the Deepstone Crypt raid, we enter the crypt and stop an orbital station from crash landing into the moon. The fallen exos are destroyed and parts of the crypt still preserved.
We must all face the consequences of our struggle for power. For Aramis, the Deepstone Crypt provided another grasp at darkness. But firm it was not. Their loss is our gain. For the deepest secrets of Europa are now within our grasp.
Europa has tons of history. Much of this belongs to Clovis Bray, whom killed many humans for his experimentation and gain for the Exo Project. He did create the Warmind, which seemed it would help us on the front, but the Exo program was quite sinister. Clovis invited his granddaughter Elsie to Europa to help him on this Exo Project. After learning she had a genetic disease that would eventually kill her, she became an Exo to fight for this cause, stop the Vex, and eventually her evil grandfather. When Clovis died, he put his mind into two places. First was an AI which would watch over Europa and his creation. This is seen in the form of a giant exo head in his creation laboratory.
Artificial intelligence activated. Who in the hell do you think you are?
Excuse me?
The Deepstone Crypt has stood for centuries without intervention. From the ether, your people swoop in and destroy my work without thought.
Your work? Are you?
More than just an AI? Indeed. I am an exact replica of Clovis Bray I's consciousness. Woken, thanks to the intruders in the crypt.
And second, a newly created exo body. Elsie and Clovis have a long backstory together. When they first came to Europa, Elsie would see how sick and twisted Clovis was. He used darkness and Vex to create the exos. Clovis Bray's exo form became Banshee 44, the gunsmith we see in the tower. After he and Elsie fought off the Vex long ago, Exo Clovis learned about his creator. He vowed not to be like that crazy madman, so he reset himself and began a new life. If you want to learn more about Clovis and the Deepstone Crypt, there's many videos on my channel. At the end of Season of the Arrival, Savathun went into hiding. Now her sister Xivu Arath would step up at the chance to outrule her sibling. Xivu Arath corrupted our system with Hive cryptoliths and deployed her champion the High Celebrant to hunt down Savathun for betraying the darkness and turning away from the way Hive normally do things. Season of the Hunt begins with Osiris on the moon. Osiris has been around the system learning about these Hive cryptoliths and what they're all about.
There's a strange new presence here. It grows as an organic technology, like a small tower. There are Cabal gathered around it, enraptured by something I could not perceive. Perhaps their own desperation or madness. A long-range scan of the structure was inconclusive, save for confirming it was of Hive origin. The Hive is fractured, shattered, turned on itself. The Black Fleet intends to punish Savathun for interfering with its efforts to communicate with us. No one knows where the Witch Queen is, not even her own court.
And now Seraph is using this opportunity to consolidate her power.
On the moon, he comes into contact with the Celebrant, and his ghost Sagira gets destroyed. This means that if Osiris died here, he's gone for good. The ghost can't bring him back. Getting word of this, we venture to the moon to save Osiris, learn about this High Celebrant, and take part in a jaw-dropping reveal.
Is it done? Calm down, Tia!
Osiris!
We warned you it was going to be dangerous down here, especially for the ghostless. I'm glad to see we're all okay, though. I'm Glent, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Go on. Introduce yourself.
They call me the Crow. My boss wants to see you.
Impossible.
So Aldrin Sov, who was revived as a Guardian, was now back, and he was called the Crow. Remember, new Guardians have no recollection of their past life, so Crow had no idea about Aldrin's past. He didn't know he killed Cade, he didn't know Mara was his sister, and now he was under the command of the Spider out in the Tangled Shore.
Yourself.
Osiris.
Lost his ghost. He's gone back to the tower to recover.
You lightmongers never cease to amaze me. You deal violence so easily, suffer loss so poorly. Such fragile killers.
We'll finish what he started.
And what's that?
Avenge Sagira. Eliminate the High Celebrant.
My little bird sure is something, isn't he? I have to imagine you share in my appreciation of fate's cruel sense of humor. I found him wandering the reef like a piece of wind-blown trash. Aimless, hopeless, no memory of the prince he was. No, I could have sent him off to the tower, but we all know what's waiting for him there. I couldn't let that happen, so I took him in as a kindness. As far as his loyalty is concerned, I took a few extra precautions and made some modifications to his ghost's shell. Now, if he ever flies too far from the nest, boom. That ugly business out of the way. Let's focus on what really matters. This hive infestation. I propose a partnership. You go out there and do what it is you do best, and I'll lend you the resources you need to get it done. Maybe even a little extra something on the side. Just don't mention the name Aldrin Sov. For his sake.
Throughout Hunt, Spider was kinda cruel to the Crow. He rigged his ghost to explode if he ventured too far away, and commanded him to complete many of his own tasks. With the help of Crow, we destroy the Hive cryptoliths and eventually the High Celebrant in the Ascendant Plane. With the deed done, Spider thanks us and says that we can have a gift, anything we want, and we pick the Crow.
So it is. So it is. All right, Guardian. As promised, you can have a prized bauble from my lair as compensation for your heroics.
I want him.
Cute. Real funny.
You said anything in the room.
Oh, you really want my little bird? Fine. You can have him. Fly away. And get the hell out of my lair.
Now what? I don't know. It doesn't feel real. Freedom. Why would you do this for us?
Because you're a guardian.
In Season of the Chosen, it begins with Osiris guiding Crow to the city, but tells him to keep this mask on. If the people figured out who he was in his past life, he would be dead on the spot.
The new style suits you. Spoils of victory in the reef.
Glint chose the materials. You haven't let me pay for any of this.
If you want to repay me, keep that mask affixed to your face. It will protect you from the city's ignorance.
I know what it's for. If this is what it takes to make a difference, I'm in.
At the beginning of this adventure, we see a meeting between Commander Zavala, Osiris, and Empress Keitel, the daughter of Emperor Calus and new Cabal leader. The reason Keitel and her forces now chose to come to the city is this. Their homeworld Tor battle was under siege by Xivu Arath. A Hive trick was played and a portal opened over their homeworld. Xivu invaded and destroyed nearly everything. Keitel and her Cabal flying in their ships had a couple of options, either fight the city like the Red War, or try to make an alliance. Unlike Gaul and Calus, Keitel proposed an alliance with Zavala and the city.
I wouldn't have summoned you if I was not sincere.
Peace with the Cabal.
The darkness crowds the edges of this system. The Hive serves it. You'll fall to one, if not the other. My world did.
Empress Keitel, I'm sorry for what you've lost.
We have all suffered. I propose an alliance.
Cabal don't ally. They conquer. She betrayed her father to Gaul. Don't think she won't put a gilded knife in your back too.
My father was soft.
He lacked ambition.
As you do. Humanity won't survive unless the Commander expands his horizons. Join my empire. You'll keep your title and gain a seat on my war council. With my army and your light, the Cabal will crush the Hive. Then, the Black Fleet. Bow.
No.
Very well. Ready yourself, Commander. I'll sharpen my gilded knife and see you both on the battlefield.
We take part in Cabal battleground activities to prove our worth to Keitel. As the story builds over the season, so does the relationship of Crow and Osiris. Crow begins to learn of a planned assassination attempt on Commander Zavala by some rogue scions. He investigates in the shadows and thwarts an attempt in the night.
Listen, I've been combing through the prediction you pulled from Nessus. I've got bad news. I think the Cabal are going to try to take Zavala out. He's missing from every single one of the futures they predicted. Not missing where'd he go missing. Dead missing. Osiris says there are only possibilities, but I think it's the real deal. Zavala has refused to work with Keitel. It's in her best interest to remove him. Sends a strong message. Good. This gadget you found. It's a tiny light disruptor. Small, but strong enough to knock down a ghost. Saladin says when the Cabal sieged the city, they severed our connection to the light. Looks like the Scions have refined that tech. I'll tell Osiris, and I'll keep an eye on the Commander. You know, just to be safe.
Sometimes I like to listen to the city's pulse. I hear it best when the people are asleep, and when I'm alone. It was a warm night, and I wanted to feel the breeze on my face. I took a walk through the first garden we planted inside these walls, to remind myself how far we've come. We've made so many sacrifices since those early days. But with the green of that garden and the murmur of the city we built up around it, I could be at peace. For a little while. Have you ever felt someone's eyes watching you, Guardian? You might not believe it, but I knew he was there before I saw him. I turned, and there he was, Uldren Sov, his spirit haunting me. Then he shouted a warning, and something snapped in the trees behind me. I spun around, my gun in hand, before I realized I'd drawn it. It all happened so fast. A Cabal assassin, one of Keitel's, no doubt. When I looked back for Prince Uldren, he was gone. Was it a troubled spirit? A hallucination? I wasn't sleeping well before. Now I'm not sure I will at all.
You were seen.
At that distance, in the dark, no.
Enough to put a name to a dead man's face. The commander told Ikora. Thankfully, he passed you off as a hallucination.
An assassin was inside our walls. I had to do something.
This isn't the first time an enemy has infiltrated the city, and it won't be the last. Your concern is noted, but far from a crisis.
An attempted assassination isn't a crisis?
Zavala is quite capable of dispatching a lone scion.
He was distracted, soon to be lightless. If I wasn't
unmasked, didn't the spider teach you that even small mistakes bring large consequences?
I suppose you learned that chasing Xivu Arath.
Choose your next words wisely.
I should have kept my mask on, but I don't regret acting. I still think Zavala's in danger.
That is why I'm embedding you as his bodyguard.
Is that wise?
We need to draw in their assassins, and a full security outfit is too obvious. Keep your mask on, always. Do not speak.
In the conclusion to Chosen, both the Cabal and the Vanguard appoint a champion to fight one another. The winner will dictate the agreement and wins control. Keitel approves Ignovan, and Zavala of course chooses you. Boarding a land tank on Nessus, we fight through waves of Cabal to advance to the boss room, where Keitel's champion is destroyed.
Keitel, your champion falls.
I pride myself on seeing the strength in others, and yours can no longer be denied. When can we discuss this treaty of yours?
As soon as I debrief the strike team, Empress. I hope the blood spilled here today will be the last.
In the final cutscene, we see this agreement coming to a conclusion. The leader of Cabal and City and Zavala meet each other, and just as this does, a scion jumps out, attempting to take out Zavala and his ghost once more. Crow jumps in and saves the day, but not before revealing who he truly was, Uldren Sov.
Be hallowed. Let honor bind us. I didn't order this. Bring me the one who pulled the trigger. They'll know who did.
Are you all right?
I'm alive.
So now the Vanguard know about Crow, and Keitel is allied with the city. Those Scion assassins were sort of a splinter group not under Keitel's command, but she does seem to actually want to have an alliance and help us. Also taking place during Season of the Chosen was the Presage mission aboard a Cabal ship called the Glykon Velatus. Guardians are sent in to investigate a signal from a trapped Guardian on board. As this story goes, the ship belonged to Emperor Calus, and this Guardian on board was assisting the Royal Emperor and his Shadows. The Shadows were basically followers of Calus. Remember the Crown of Sorrow that was on the Leviathan? Well, Calus brought the crown to the Glykon. On the ship, he fused the minds of the Scorn, who are darkness-infused fallen, with the crown to try and speak to the leader of the darkness, and he was successful.
Seems Calus has fled. Omsat states, Emperor Calus has left us, his shadow broods. The legionaries spread rumors saying, he merged with darkness, he is dead, he fights to save us. This is an address from Calus to his crew. I chose Galrun, and his frailty betrayed us. He was too pure, too alone. Our new guests are neither. A glorious chain of dark minds, an open mouth for the one in the darkness, that it may sing in exaltation of my majesty. Greatness recognizes greatness. To invoke the attention of the end, our offer must be great.
After venturing through the ship, we find traces of the lost Guardian Catabasis, Scorn enemies, and the main boss in the Locus of Communion. Osiris guides us through the mission as he speaks to Keitel about mysterious anomalies and questions. In the end, Calus is nowhere to be found, though we do manage to destroy the Locus and acquire a pretty sweet exotic. Season of the Splicer, a Vex simulation called the Endless Night, began to cast itself over our city. Questioning what to do next, Ikora points us to the direction of Europa, where we might be able to contact a likely ally in Eliksni, whom can assist us in stopping this simulation.
Osiris tells me it's a Vex simulation that has plunged the city into an endless night. It seems they have found a way to harness our energy against us, and even in all his wisdom, Osiris can offer no solution. I don't know what will happen if we can't break the Vex's hold over the city. I do know that we must protect our people, no matter the cost. The Vex are machines, and no one understands machines better than the Eliksni. Osiris and I can only think of one we might turn to. Mithrax, Kel of House Light. My spies report he claims to be among the last sacred splicers, those with the power to commune with machines. He may be our best and only hope. Find him, Guardian, before the Vex do.
On the moon of Jupiter, we find Mithrax, Kel of House Light, who is one of the last known sacred splicers. Splicers are technologically enhanced Eliksni who can interact with Vex technology. Mithrax first sends us into the Vex domain to try and decipher what is happening with this simulation.
The Guardian is almost here. Stay down. Stay quiet.
How do you know we can trust them?
I don't. What the light provides. Guardian, I find you in the light, and on your signal. I call a ray.
Mithrax Kel, it is an honor. We've been searching for you for some time.
This is known. You are not the only one with hidden eyes. Many enemies pursue my House of Light. We did not wish to be found.
Then times are desperate for us both. The Vanguard seeks your assistance.
I am aware. Vex systems pulse with talk of the city's endless night. But my people demand much protection. If this Guardian could assist me in blinding the Vex here, we can speak without risking more bloodshed.
Blinding the Vex. My Guardian will do whatever you need.
I have opened the door for you, Guardian. Will you walk the path of the sacred Splicer?
Did you send them into a Vex simulation?
The path before them is no illusion. The Guardian ventures through the Vex domain itself, where the machines guard their most precious secrets. The system is collapsing. Hold strong. I will create another exit.
Pulling us out, Mithrax saves us, but he says he cannot assist us as his Eliksni are on the run here on Europa. They have no home, no place to go. It is here where Ikora invites them to the city.
My people must move on if we hope to survive.
Mithrax, I saw those who wished to join you dead in the snow. Let them be the last to fall. Come, shelter in our city, you and your people.
Ikora Kel, can you offer the Eliksni such a thing?
I just did. You'll be under the Vanguard's protection. The Vex are the enemy here, and any Lightbearer who disagrees can take it up with me.
Then we accept. With light in our hearts, we will join you in your city, beneath the Traveler.
At first, humans were not fond of this idea, inviting alien foes into our city to live alongside us. An Eliksni camp was set up in the Batza district and ruins in the city, the same place where the Scourge of the Past raid was back in the Black Armory times. The Eliksni would live here, and some even roamed around our tower and helm throughout the season. Many characters were prominent during Splicer. Osiris was there, Crow, Saint 14, and now Lakshmi too, leader of the future war-called faction, who did not appreciate the Eliksni living so close to humans.
Your house can best show gratitude by keeping to itself. I know your assistance with the Vex will benefit us all, but not everyone in the city is so open-minded. Now, it seems that includes Fallen. Once they sieged our walls, and now Ikora Ray throws open the gates. Can we afford to extend a peaceful hand to those who might bite it? As leader of the future war cult, I have foreseen violence and strife within our walls. This is not the first time. I warned you all of Gaul before the Red Legion took our city during the Red War. I am warning you again now. Are these newcomers the cause of our visions?
Throughout the season, we invade the Vex domain, learning secrets and hints as to ways to stop the endless night cast over our city. About 6 weeks in, it is revealed that the Vex were not the cause of the endless night. Savathun and Quria were behind all of this.
The network is laid bare, its threads converging on... What is this?
Mithrax, what's wrong? What do you see?
An infestation. I have found the Vex at the source of the endless night. Quria, the dreaming mind. Its code has been corrupted by taken magic.
Savathun. We've been played.
Quria has been commanding the other Vex, poisoning their minds, directing them at Savathun's will. The endless night is of Savathun's design.
It would seem the Witch Queen has outmaneuvered us. But perhaps she did not count on us seeing her hand so soon.
Then we strike now. Mithrax and I will lead forth. We bring the fight to Korea and crush it! We cannot rush into this. We must find a safe route through the Vex domain where Korea's hiding.
Becoming a sacred Splicer ourselves with the Splicer Gauntlet, we infiltrate the domain and find Quria.
Quria, blade transform, the dreaming mind.
This is it! Fight with everything you have! Lights guide you.
Unbelievable. Quria is gone.
A great evil vanquished. A deed of legends.
So Quria was the cause of this endless night. Savathun also used this Vex Hydra, which was gifted to her and partially taken by Oryx, to start that loop there in the Dreaming City. The loop would still continue, but the cause of this in Quria was destroyed. To conclude this season, Lakshmi opened a portal in the city thanks to help from Osiris, allowing the Vex inside. Lakshmi was so fed up with Ikora and the Vanguard not listening to her and honoring the ways of the Eliksni that she turned against us, saying that she would stop all of this on her own, and that didn't go well.
With the aid of Osiris, I have learned how to safely command the power of the Vex. I will use it to do what the Vanguard will not. I will tear open a rift, banish the fallen to the depths of space from where they came. We alone will save humanity. I have seen the darkest of futures. And with this act, I will... No. No!
We are overrun. Please, we cannot hold them off for much longer. Do not worry, Mithrax. I am on my way. The Guardian has broken their portal. Keep behind us. We will not let them harm you. Stand, friend. You will not fall today. Survive. This is the story Eliksni will tell of the Saint standing beside us. And you with me, Cal of Cows. Together, we are enough.
More than enough.
In the end, the endless night was slowly lived with Quria dead. Lakshmi was gone, and the Eliksni of House Light, like Kaido's Cabal, were now allies as well. Ikora gives Osiris access to all records on Savathun and the city to learn what he could about her plans. This was not a good idea, as we can see things were a bit off in this final scene.
Made a great sacrifice to protect humanity from the Hive. I lost everything. My fleet, my brother, my people's very way of life. I watched the dreaming city fall into ruin, desecrated by Oryx, cursed by Savathun. Now I've returned to retake this sacred place, to finally wrest it free from the Hive's claws. Although you have taken things near and dear to me as well. You have also learned that your list of enemies need not be so broadly defined. Today we are afforded a unique opportunity. The road ahead of us is fraught with perilous choices, Guardian. Choose wisely.
Season of the Lost. Marasov returns and wants to end parts of this curse in the Dreaming City. The first mission opens with our Guardian and Saint 14 hunting down Osiris in the Dreaming City for his involvement with Lakshmi's Vex portal. Why the heck did he do this, and we need to find some answers. At the end of this mission we get a cutscene. Mara sees Crow for the first time revived. Of course he doesn't recognize her, and something crazy is revealed.
I had hoped you'd find your way back.
I'm a bit lost, actually, but this feels familiar. Do I know you?
Osiris? You must come home. Answer for what you have done. The Vanguard will show mercy.
Yes. Ikora and Commander Zavala are nothing if not generous. Queen Mara, look how they've welcomed the Crow into their flock.
It isn't too late. You can still be forgiven.
Be careful. I'll hold you to it.
No! No! Where is Osiris?
Lower your weapons. Osiris still lives.
You trust this thing?
This thing and I have come to an agreement. You need only cooperate.
What is it?
I am Savathun, the Witch Queen, sister of shapes, deepest in the Hive coven, etc., etc. My sister Zivor Rath hunts me on behalf of another. I wish only to be free, and Mara Sav has graciously agreed to help.
And Osiris?
Sweet that you should care, little bird. I have been Osiris for as long as you have known him. But rest assured, I will return him safely to you, in exchange for your assistance.
Queen of lies! Pray this is the one time you are telling truth. The Vanguard must know what has happened here. Stay, Guardians. I will go.
Someone once told me that the line between light and dark is very thin. Walk it alongside me. For Osiris.
So since Season of the Hunt, remember when Osiris went to the moon to combat the High Celebrant and Xivu's forces? Since then, this has never been Osiris. This was Savathun, the Witch Queen, taking the appearance of Osiris and steering her own agenda from the inside. For the last, 3 seasons, we and characters of the city have been talking to Savathun, as she kept Osiris alive in the background someplace else. It is revealed that, yeah, Savathun will give us back the real Osiris, but she wants to get rid of her worm first, then she'll give him back. So, since Oryx's death, Savathun has been plotting her moves all along. Forsaken in the Dreaming City with Riven's wish, Aldrin getting revived and coming to the city. All of this was a part of Savathun's plan. Season of the Lost involved this, finding Mara's lost Techians in the Shattered Realm so they could help us perform this ritual and get rid of Savathun's worm. With her worm weak, maybe we can just kill it and take her out for good. In the Shattered Realm, we fight taken forces of Xivu Arath, who are still hunting down Savathun for turning away from the darkness. We learn that Xivu Arath is led by a voice in the darkness, the original creator of the Taken.
But they seem just as organized, just as directed. By whose hand?
There are greater things in the dark than Hive gods, Ikora. The Black Fleet's powers are vast. Oryx did not invent the Taken. He merely borrowed them. From you. I have already learned much by observation. The Taken pursued her here. Taken she once controlled. Taken that now serve a new master. Or, if Savathun is to be believed, their original master. Not her brother, Oryx, but something far older. She fears it. Darkness is not inherently evil. Some among you already discovered this on Europa. In my travels, I have seen true evil. It is the worm gods that the Hive serve. It is the Black Fleet, waiting to strike. It is the entity that commands them all. The voice in the darkness.
In Lost, we speak to Petra, Marasov, Crow, and even Savathun, who is stuck in this crystal form until we're ready to perform the ritual. Crow struggles as he wants to speak to Savathun to learn the truth, but Petra explains this is a bad idea.
Why do you have such a problem with me, Petra? 5 minutes, that's all I'm asking.
The Queen of the Reef forbids it.
Well, I don't take commands from the Queen of the Reef.
Savathun unraveled the Dreaming City with a single wish. I've spent years trying to contain that mistake. Better men than you died because of it.
Later on, Crow disregards Petra's words and visits the Witch Queen's crystal. She reveals his entire past of Aldrin Sov to him.
Brought you to the last city. Offered you guidance.
Stop.
If that's what you want.
I want the truth.
I was kind to you because I wanted to be. Because the truth hurts. You know this better than anyone. Shrinking away from the rumors of the man you used to be.
I'm not him.
How can you say that when you don't even know who he is? If the truth is what you really want, then lay your hand on me.
Crow, don't. Please.
See? Even your ghost thinks you're better off in the dark.
Crow, don't. Don't come any closer. What did you show him?
Everything.
No, wait! Aldrin Sov, Awoken Prince, brother to the Queen, murderer. Now I know the man I was. And you. I'm sorry. You did what you had to do. I don't think I would have told me either. I saw everything he did through his eyes. You're afraid of who I used to be. That he'll come back somehow. I am too. So I've asked Ikora to put me on another assignment. One where I can be somewhere I know my choices are my own. Tell Mara. Tell her whatever you want. I'll see you again when I'm ready.
Aldrin gets freaked out and makes plans to leave the city immediately. A time later, all Technians have been retrieved and rescued, and the ritual can take place. As we are called to assist Mara, craziness breaks out in the Dreaming City. Kaido's forces are battling in the skies as we defend the ritual being prepared.
Look to the sky, God. Hear the worm gods roar. After millennia of insatiable destruction, they are powerless against my retribution.
This is Xivu Arath's last chance to capture Savathun. She's dispatching all local forces to the Spire.
Corsairs to me! Fall back to the entrance!
Use the teleporters to join us as soon as you can.
Hold this line to the last soldier! For the reef!
Guardian, with the ley lines activated, Xivu Arath's forces are pouring in from the Ascendant Plane.
We're being overrun! Break through the hive lines!
Xivu Arath, desperate, sends all the forces she can to try and stop this, but fails. The ritual succeeds, but Savathun escapes, and Osiris is returned to us.
Hello, my love. Osiris admired your patience, but you look antsy to me. Having doubts?
Doubt is a useful tool, but double-edged. Do not let it lead you astray.
Ugh.
Leave him be, and keep to your promises, or I'll let him drag you into Xivu Arath's waiting jaws.
And then she would swallow you as well. Why must we threaten each other?
I am merely clarifying my intent. It is time. Yelaya, Sajari, Austin, and Savathun. We are sisters of circumstance, bonded by fate. Open those bonds to each other. Become one. Expel the parasite from our collective. This moment is simply the strike of a match. The fires we light here will burn long after. Be ready.
Large concentrations of Xivu Arath's forces are closing in on our position. Protect the queens.
None shall enter!
Xivu Arath's forces are converging on your position. Defend Queen Mara and the Techians until the ritual is complete.
You're running out of time. I feel my sister bearing down on you.
Your family is tenacious, if nothing else.
No more than yours.
My brother spent years suffering punishment for the path you made him walk. Finally, justice finds its mark. Let this be the end of it.
Thank you.
In times of crisis, people look to their leaders for answers. But ever since the planets were ripped from our sky, it seems all I can offer are more questions. And now, with Mars returned, I hardly know where to start.
The campaign begins with Ikora Rey meeting with Eris Morn on Mars. Remember, Mars was one of the planets engulfed by the darkness during arrivals, and Guardians were forbid to go there. Now, it's been returned, but in a bit of a different way. Time fractures litter its surface. Golden Age areas of Mars are exposed as they once existed. As the two speak, a giant Cabal Mac cannon is moved into position and pointed towards Savathun's ship, which now hovers over the red planet.
What are they aiming at?
Savathun,
Savathun was last seen at the end of Season of the Lost, breaking free from that crystal prison and casting a spell to teleport herself away. This would free her worm and return Osiris to us in his coma. But now Savathun's appearing so soon in the surface of Mars for some weird reason. On her ship, we fight through Hive and eventually learn of Hive Lightbearers. Savathun has gained the power of the light somehow, and those Hive that are our enemies now wield the same powers we do and can be resurrected by a ghost.
Did you see that moth just now? It was glowing with light. Not corrupted light, Guardian, but light like ours. That's void light. No, that's impossible. Is that a ghost? It can't be. Get me closer, Guardian. I have to see. I can't believe it. Ghost building the Hive. We have to stop its ghost. There's no other way. That thing is not like me. You see that, right? I can't believe this. We have to keep going. Oh, Traveler, what has she done to you?
After defeating the first Lightbearer we come across, we are following Savathun's trail into a portal. This takes us to Savathun's throne world. We quickly track her down and take her out pretty easily, but this was a trick.
Come on, you're strong, but that was too easy.
It did seem too easy, didn't it?
Guardian, do you read me?
We're here, Ikora. We're back on Mars.
Back? From where?
Savathun's throne world.
I know, we should have checked in, but we had Savathun in our sights. That might have been our only shot at her, and we couldn't miss it.
I understand completely. That's not like Savathun to allow herself to be seen so easily.
There's something else. Before we left the ship, we ran into one of her knights. And
it had a ghost, Ikora. Same as any other Lightbearer.
A ghost? A Hive Knight with a ghost? But that means...
Savathun stole the light. But that's impossible, isn't it?
Impossible? With Savathun, nothing is impossible.
Savathun, the Witch Queen. Hive god of cunning and lies. Hive legend tells us she was born on a hostile, far-off planet, where she would have lived a short, uneventful life. If it weren't for the worm familiar that warned of an impending cataclysm. And so, she led her siblings into the depths, where the ancient worm gods offered them immeasurable power in exchange for endless blood tribute. From this, the Hive were born, and countless civilizations were condemned to extinction. For untold ages, they devoured life and light wherever it could be found, facing little resistance, until they tried to take on the Guardians. After the death of her brother Oryx, Savathun went into hiding. Not out of fear, of course, but out of strategy. Because Savathun knows the best way to beat your enemy is to join them. In her greatest trick yet, she infiltrated the Vanguard, weakening us from within. And stealing our most sacred resource. The one thing we thought she could never touch. The light.
Ikora dispatches us back into the throne world to find more answers. Working alongside her and her hidden spies, we infiltrate the Witch Queen's home, which is now imbued with light. Hive usually worship darkness, but with this new power of light, Savathun has converted this throne world, and you can really see the effects the light has here, transforming entire areas. Early on in our first adventure, a strange voice comes across the channels, someone named Finch. This Finch agrees to meet us if we come alone and tell us more about how the Hive got the light. As it turns out, Finch is a Hive ghost, one that first thought giving the Hive the light was neutral until they started killing Guardians with the light.
Hey, get awkward out of the way first, I always say. This pile of ash and bone used to be my... Actually, don't worry about it. All you need to know, us wandering ghosts gave into the Hive believing we'd found purpose, and well, peer pressure's a hell of a thing, huh? Also, because it's what the Traveler must have wanted. Then Hive killed Guardians with light, and you think, that's the Traveler's will, really? I'll tell you what, I don't buy it. Not anymore. The Witch Queen's up to something, and, maybe together we get to the bottom of it, huh?
Finch tells us of a temple that might hold some answers. This scorn-filled temple holds Sagira, Osiris' ghost which was destroyed by Xivu Arath's forces back in Season of the Hunt. Maybe we can learn something from Sagira. When we find her, we learn this.
I stand before a being with 1,000 names. It whispers one. The witness. Remember it. Remember that name.
Did anybody else hear that?
Sounded like Savathun.
Who's the witness?
No clue. I've never heard that name before.
Hey, that's exciting though, right? A lead!
What's most exciting is that you were telling the truth.
Trust her and then, huh? Yeah?
Call it cautious optimism for now. Your guidance yielded results. But let's not forget Savathun remains at large.
Savathun speaks of the witness. Remember this for later. Ikora says that with Sagira's shell, she was able to pick up a fingerprint. The relic we found back on Mars awoke a new ability within us, one that reveals what lies beneath the surface, what was there in the past. We are then sent back to the European pyramid to trace this fingerprint, to strengthen this new ability that lies within us called Deep Sight. On Europa, we fight Cabal defectors who appear to be tampering with the darkness. Fighting our way through the mysterious ship, we eventually try to commune with a darkness statue which appears to do nothing at first, but Eris confirms the pyramid did respond to our presence. With this, we can now access Sagira's memory.
Eris, we communed with the statue. We can't tell yet if anything has changed. It seems like we might not notice the effects until we're back in Savathun's throne world. Either way, we don't want to stay here longer than we have to.
Wise. These ships are still a mystery to us.
Now that you've paid a visit to the pyramid, you should be able to reveal the memory on Sagira's shell in full.
What is this place? Ikora, we've been transported somewhere. It doesn't look like the rest of Savathun's throne world. Ikora? We lost her, Guardian. I guess we're going in alone.
I stand before a being with 1,000 names. It whispers one. The witness. Remember it. Remember that name. It is not darkness, but something that wears it like a cloak. It gives darkness a wicked shape. I refuse to be its servant. I spent centuries crafting schemes, playing tricks, finding loopholes. And then I select my new name. A man with many enemies and few friends. But those friends know secrets about the light, about new beginnings. My plan takes shape.
That came from Sagira's shell, like a psychic imprint, a memory. Savathun's memory. And if that's what it was, it means she used Ikora's relationship with Osiris to learn something about the light. Something dangerous.
The memory shows us Savathun's thoughts. The witness commands the darkness, and Savathun grew sick of its control, constantly having to feed her worm and grow more strength for the sword logic, so she began to turn to the light. With the first memory of Sagira down, it would seem we could be onto something. Finch tells us of a temple dedicated to Oryx. In this temple, we fight more Hive enemies and eventually confront Alakul, the light blade who falls to our blade. His ghost escapes. We pick up the artifact, which is a piece of the Tablets of Ruin. The tablets are what Oryx used to learn the power to take or commune with the darkness.
The tablets hide a riddle.
Finch, you were right. We found something. It's a piece of the Tablets of Ruin. The tablets Oryx used to create Taken.
I was right. I knew it. I knew the Taken were involved somehow.
Alakhul's ghost got away. It just left his body here.
Contingency plan. They're learning. Trying to stay a step ahead of you. But you got the tablet. That's the important part. That gets us one step closer to taking down the Witch Queen.
We revisit the altar and experience a memory thanks to this new tablet.
I will never be the Taken Queen. I refuse to play second fiddle to my brother Oryx. When Oryx carved the Tablets of Ruin, he described the ability to create the Taken. But Oryx's chisel was affected by viral power from the deep. I studied its vermicular path. I read between the lines. The tablets hide a riddle. The answer to this riddle is something greater than the power to take. It is the power of the witness to move worlds from one reality to another. This is what I will do. I will not take. I will give. I will grant the Traveler a safe haven away from its enemies. And once it hangs in the sky of my throne world, I will seal it away.
Savathun studied Oryx's tablet and learned something. Oryx had the power to take, which he learned from the darkness and the witness, but the witness had its own power, above that of the Taken King, the power to move worlds from one reality to another. Savathun doesn't want to be like Oryx. She wants this power of the witness for herself so she can move the Traveler to the safety of her throne world and seal it away. Ikora tells us that the witness is responsible for our planet's disappearing and not the darkness. Ikora feels this is partially her fault as she gave Osiris or Savathun access to those files in the city and let her guard down over the last couple of seasons. Next, we have, you guessed it, another Hive temple. This time, one dedicated to Sathona, Savathun's name before she became a Hive god and ingested the worm. At the end of this facility, we find a statue of Sathona holding a Hive worm, which we pick up. At this moment, an Ahamkara illusion bursts in and a massive fight goes down, which was pretty epic.
So that's the temple Savathun dedicated to herself. It's
quite a sight, isn't it? Can't accuse Savathun of being too humble.
Ikora, I'm sorry, but it doesn't look like there's anything here but the statue.
Finch, please don't tell me the Guardian did all this for nothing.
No, there's something there, I swear. Wait, what if the object is the statue itself?
Or one part of the statue. That worm familiar looks like it's a separate piece.
Of course. This is Savathun's temple, after all. There had to be a trick in it.
But that's impossible. That's an Ahamkara.
What? Knew it. I knew the Ahamkara were gone. I knew there was one left. At least one.
The last one died cursing the Dreaming City. This has to be another illusion.
We attempt to return to the altar with this fragment, but the portal is blocked this time. We can't access this memory for some reason. Returning to Mars, we see Ikora, Zavala, and Eris having a meeting. Zavala is super angry at Ikora for not including him and the Vanguard in this operation, at least letting him know what's going on.
Ikora, why would you keep this from me? If I had known...
I didn't keep anything from you, Zavala. Not intentionally. I couldn't fill you in on every minute detail.
When it comes to Savathun, no detail is too small. You know that better than anyone.
Which is why I made some judgment calls without you. As you do without me.
Not on a matter like this. Guardian. We can discuss this more later. My point, Ikora, is that we are meant to be a team. You can't rely on your instincts alone.
Perhaps I can't rely on them at all. The way this investigation is going, it's clear my judgment has been compromised. I should step back. Let you and Eris handle this. As a team.
Ikora's instincts are the only reason we've come so close to the truth. This new lead puts it firmly within our grasp.
All right then. You and the Guardian follow up. Keep me posted.
A trusted source has informed us of new evidence. A memento from Savathun's last known location before her conversion to the light. It's kept deep within her fortress, a difficult place to reach. But we have no other options. Go there and I'll be in touch.
Eris points us in the direction of an apothecary in the Throne World, a place where a piece of Savathun's crystal prison may still exist. After she transported out at the end of Season of the Lost, she may have went here, and this might be the key we're searching for. We do find a crystal shard thanks to Ikora's knowledge and visit the altar once more to view this memory.
Devotion inspires bravery. Bravery inspires sacrifice. And sacrifice.
That was Savathun, all right. But what does that mean?
This is the evidence we've been seeking all along. Ikora's instincts were correct, after all.
Indeed. But we don't have our answers yet. Go unlock the memory, Guardian. Then let's see if this cracks the case.
I saw the end before it happened. My own death, brought on by the separation from my power. And in these final moments, I looked to the sky. Hello, old friend. I've chased you for a long time. First as an enemy, then as a collector, and finally, now, a supplicant. What is it the Guardians say? Devotion inspires bravery. Bravery inspires something. You simply let me die. Oh, what a trick. Elegant. Is that it? If there is an answer, I don't hear it. Because now the world begins to fade. Incredible that I could forget something like that, isn't it? Such a storied life, erased. The light offers us a fresh start, but if we don't know where we came from, how will we know where to go? I'm so grateful to you for reminding me, for telling my story.
Wait. What is she talking about?
She remembers. We helped her remember.
Thanks for the memories, Guardian.
We have to leave. I knew Ikora had nothing to do with Savathun having the light. But the truth is so much worse. I don't understand how the Traveler could choose her the same way it chose you. We need to talk to Zavala.
Thanks to this cutscene, we learn how Savathun got the light. After the ritual was performed in Season of the Lost, Savathun was found outside the walls of the city, transported here. She was weak, and then she dies. Moments later, a ghost chooses to revive her. The Traveler's power chose her, and she was now worthy of the light. Savathun, as a new Hive Lightbearer, had no memory. She was brought back to her throne world and told by her forces of her past, the plans she had all along. Back at the altar, Savathun appears and thanks us. For what though? Well, what we've been doing throughout the whole Witch Queen campaign with these memories helped Savathun get them back herself. Eris explains how the Traveler left the Eliksni when the Witness arrived. Maybe it was planning to do the same thing it's always done for centuries, leave the planets and leave Earth next, causing a second collapse. Ikora says, yeah, that doesn't matter. If Savathun takes the Traveler, we lose the light anyway, so we need to defend humanity and prepare for the Witness.
So, you're saying Savathun was dead? Our most devious adversary, the one who nearly decimated the last city from within, was dead. And the Traveler resurrected her?
I wouldn't have believed it either, but...
But why would she need us to recover her memories if she never lost them in the first place?
This has to be another trick. A lie to fool us into surrendering the Traveler without a fight.
This has been the Traveler's approach from the beginning. The Books of Sorrow detail many civilizations it blessed with the light, then abandoned.
Hive propaganda.
The Fallen tell the same story. When the Witness and its Black Fleet came to call, The Traveler moved on to our system.
Or it sacrificed itself to save humanity from the same forces. Forces which included the Hive! After all that, why would the Traveler give our worst enemy the light?
It doesn't matter. I don't know why the Traveler gave Savathun the light. Maybe it has changed its mind about Guardians. Maybe it's not as infallible as we once believed. I don't know, and it doesn't matter. Because I'm here to protect humanity. And if Savathun takes the Traveler, we lose our light, along with any hope for surviving the Witness's return. So, whatever it takes to stop this heist, we will do.
All right. How do we stop this?
Ikora believes the worm fragment we retrieved down by that Ahamkara may be the actual worm familiar itself, but calcified from age. She plans to use this artifact we found to slice into the past and learn the truth, and that truth is frightening.
Hive legend tells us Savathun was born on a far-off planet, where she would have lived an uneventful life if it weren't for her worm familiar. The object you retrieved from the underbelly of the throne world. What if it's not a statue? What if it's the worm familiar itself, calcified from age? That would explain why you couldn't unlock it with the others. That also means it contains a memory that Savathun herself doesn't know. What that is, we're going to find out. With the one tool we have capable of slicing deep into the past. It'll be risky, using the relic this way. Which is why I'll be taking this on myself. Eris will help me prepare. Meet us on Mars when you're ready.
These frail siblings will soon be claimed by the light. Unless we claim them first, we will tell the most cunning sibling of a cataclysm, a prophecy of great loss. We will feed her fear, her pride. We will say, young Sathona, the end is coming. A great cataclysm. A god wave. In the sky, there is only death. But salvation lies in the deep. Lead your sisters now. Your coming will spare their short lives. And you will be reborn, the Witch Queen.
They were tricked. The Hive were lied to. The Hive god of lies was lied to. This changes everything. Well, not everything. We still can't let Savathun seal the Traveler away. The ritual's already begun. We need to move fast. Savathun may be one of the Travelers chosen by rights, but she's still leaning on tricks she learned from the Witness. Take the familiar to Savathun's fortress. I'll follow as soon as I'm recovered. Wait until you're in the heart of the ritual, then unleash the memory. That should be enough to destabilize things and break her hold on the Traveler.
In the Books of Sorrow, we were told there was an apocalyptic event on the homeworld of the Hive, so the three sisters dove into the deep and took the power from the darkness and the worm gods, ingesting those worms and becoming the Hive. But as it turns out, the Witness tricked the Hive. Remember that 53rd moon in the Hive's home system? That was the Traveler. The Hive could have become disciples of the light, but the Witness would step in and trick Savathun herself. It told her, hey, there's this great cataclysm on the way, and the only way to stop this and save your species was to dive into the deep and take the darkness. The Witness made Savathun and her sisters wield darkness when they could have had the light. The last mission was to stop Savathun from stealing the Traveler thanks to the tricks she learned from the Witness. In her throne world, the Traveler is seen above. She had it teleported away from the last city, now appearing in her own throne world. The plan was to infiltrate a ritual and play this memory we just witnessed, the truth about everything. Maybe it'll throw things off and work in our favor. We show Savathun the memory and she gets angry.
These frail siblings will soon be claimed by the light. Unless we claim them first.
What is this? How did you?
We will tell the most cunning sibling of the Cataclysm. A prophecy of great loss.
No, that's not what happened. The Traveler never came to us. We were forced to choose the deep. How could I have missed this? So now you want to play games? Then let's play. Isn't this interesting? I miscalculated. So did you, Guardian. So protective of your Traveler that you wouldn't let me keep it safe. But the Witness is coming. The game is yours to play now. Yours to win or lose. Just don't say I didn't warn you.
No. Where did her ghost go?
Guardian, I just got the message. The Traveler is back in the last city. Is it done? Is Savathun...
She's dead. But her ghost got away.
Good enough. Hold your position. The Hidden are coming to secure the remains. Good work, Guardian. You did the right thing.
Now what?
Now, we prepare for the Witness and stop the next collapse.
At the end, Savathun is killed and the Traveler teleported back to Earth. She speaks that the Witness is on its way and the battle is ours to win or lose. Savathun's ghost Amaru escapes, meaning technically she could be brought back if the ghost finds her body, but Ikora sends a team in to retrieve it. In the final scene, the Witness is revealed to us. An enemy hinted at since the early days of Destiny 1 has finally made its appearance.
The children of soul cry out for salvation. You promise them life, but deliver only death, as you have for so many before. Enough. Enough death. Enough life. You have no pieces left to place. The game is over. Do not be afraid. Your pale heart holds the key. This time, there is no escape.
The Traveler wields the light. It isn't actually the paracausal force itself. The Witness is like this, but for the darkness. It wears the darkness like a cloak, it wields it, and probably commands it, but it isn't the darkness itself, the actual force, if that makes sense. The Witness speaks about how the Traveler has done enough. It's now on its way to complete this final shape. No dark, no light, and no more death. There is no escape. Before we move on to the seasons of Witch Queen, let's first talk about the Throne World and the Vow of the Disciple raid. You may have noticed Savathûn's Throne World has its own pyramid. Previous pyramids on Europa and other worlds were scanned empty, but this one in the Throne World was different. A disciple of the Witness was sent here to keep track of Savathûn. This is Ralk, disciple of the Witness. Ralk has a pretty epic backstory. He was slowly led by the Witness to join his side, and along the way he would do things like destroy his entire species and planet in Lubre. Ralk was sent by the Witness to Fundament, the Hive homeworld, to make a deal with the worm gods. Ralk said to the mother worm Zeta, "Your children can live if you pledge your servitude to the Witness." Ralk took the worm mother Zeta and imprisoned her in his pyramid, draining her power continuously in his upended device, which he built. A time later, the three Hive siblings found the worm gods, and you know the rest of that story now.
It was your infinite wisdom, my Witness, that led me into the planet's great sea, and face to face with that which was believed to be unbeatable. You instilled in me a true understanding of wanton domination, not for pleasure, but as a means to achieve our absolute finality. When I reached the creature known to some as the Leviathan, it laid its thoughts bare. Turn from the deep fearmonger, it relayed. I know what you seek. Press on, and you will drown in it. I do not drown. I spoke with a defiant tongue. In a mere infinitesimal measure of time, I held a rib of this beast in one hand and pushed aside its maimed vessel with the other. I rise.
The Witness wanted Savathûn to be one of its disciples, like Ralk, hence this plan and why he watches over her in the Throne World. The two worked together for a time. Ralk would create worms to fuel the Hive, and Savathûn tolerated what she could. Eventually, she would betray Ralk and the Witness though, interfering with their attempts to contact the Guardian back during Season of the Arrivals on Io. This was the start of all that. Savathûn would then hide in the form of Osiris, and Ralk would later try to destroy her throne world, but failed. He would become trapped here in the swamps in his pyramid, now grounded. While trapped, Ralk began experimenting with Scorn, who have invaded the throne world as well. He tried to fuse them with the Hive worms, and it worked in some cases. The Scorn are a part of the darkness and would now follow it directly. In the Vow of the Disciple raid, Guardians would invade Ralk's pyramid, take out darkness-infused Scorn, lay eyes upon Zeta the Mother Worm, and slay Ralk in the final boss room.
Guardians, I am not your vanguard and I give no orders, only a warning. The pyramid ahead is not like those you've previously encountered. This one was not left for you to find. You were not guided to it, not beckoned. This domain belongs to a dark entity, unknown in power. It seeks domination of the throne world. Your presence within will be most
Welcome, children of light. Drown in the deep, or rise from it.
Witness, forgive me.
Now we have the season that launched alongside Witch Queen's season of the Risen. At the tower, as we begin our adventure on Mars with Savathun and her light-bearing Hive, Zavala and Keitel have a meeting in the tower hangar on how to bind together and take on the Lucent Hive Savathun has created together.
We can all prevent future losses if we choose to put the incident on Mars behind us and work together. What we discovered there is a threat to both humanity and the Cabal.
You want my help?
Want is a strong word.
You need my help.
I don't know how the Hive came into possession of the light. Ikora will find out. But in the meantime...
Invincibility lies in the defense. The possibility of victory in the attack.
Sun Tzu.
I've read your texts. You want us to hit them.
I need us to hit them. Hard.
In Risen, the seasonal artifact is called the Synaptic Spear, a Cabal weapon that has light-suppressing technology. Throughout the season, we would venture out to destroy Hive lieutenants, hit it with the spear, and Cabal and their scions would capture it into their mindscape and learn what they could, even bring it to the helm for further study. While Ikora deals with Savathun and the Throne World, we begin the fight on Earth, where a Guardian fire team was sent in to investigate but failed. The Hive would begin siphoning their light. The more Hive we capture, we are told, the more info we will gain. Keitel's scions had a big part in Season of the Risen, helping us decode the meaning of the Lucent Hive, but also rogue groups under Calus performing an operation on Mars in the Vox Obscura mission. In this mission, a splinter group of scions was trying to get Keitel's forces to join them under the Black Fleet and Calus.
Broadcasts are not comprised of words, but images, feelings, and impressions. My optices will show me their contents through a telepathic link, similar to the Mindscape. I see the silhouette of a scion. They stand at the head of a full Cabal legion. Above them hovers a black pyramid. Behind them stands a towering statue of gold. A statue of my father, Calus. His arms outstretched. Hand open. Beckoning. I can hear his voice. It calls to me, promising refuge. Promising salvation. The broadcast and orbital strike have been disabled. You have my gratitude, Guardian.
The first Hive mind told us the Hive were stockpiling light from Guardians and planning something in the Cosmodrome.
Keitel believes they're stockpiling the light taken from our Guardians. She's having trouble getting precise readings. There's a barrier in the way. The Hive are trying to hide what they're doing from us.
In the helm now, a room has been set up to study the Lucent Hive, Kaido's most trusted scion working in its center chair. Saladin and Crow speak. Saladin hates the Cabal, or did back in Chosen. He has no problem taking him out and walking right into battle. But now he's going along with Kaido's plan, and Crow begins to feel bad for the Hive, that experiments like these are wrong.
Do you think it hurts?
Hurts?
I could feel Savathun behind my eyes when she reached into my mind. What do you think these Hive feel when we reach into theirs?
I also find the Scion's methods unsettling, but they can uncover Savathun's plans more efficiently than I ever could.
Better to just put them out of their misery.
Kaido believes these Hive might hold deeper secrets. Do not make the mistake of thinking these things deserve your sympathy.
Even though they have the light.
Maybe you were the wrong person to put on this assignment.
They may be our enemies, but this feels like a new low for the Vanguard. For Zavala.
Watch your mouth. You New Light see Zavala as some toothless diplomat, but you wouldn't believe what he sacrificed to become the man he is. Someone who will make the hard choice, and make sure his people understand why.
Then I can't wait to hear the speech about all this.
You want a speech? Today the Vanguard did what had to be done. Mercy prevailed. Speech over.
Say it a little louder. I don't think this guy could hear you. This doesn't look like mercy to me.
Then you're not looking hard enough.
Guardian, over the last year, friends and advisors within the last city have fallen victim to psychic manipulation. Those losses and the rediscovery of the Crown of Sorrow meant that we had to develop psychic countermeasures. So I authorized the deployment of this containment unit developed by Kaito's Scions for psychic analysis of the Hive. The machine can hold the Hive in a painless limbo, neither alive nor dead. This allows Scion operatives to examine their minds, gleaning the information we need. After everything that happened to Osiris, it makes me uncomfortable to rifle through their brains like this. But Guardian lives are at stake. You will be our boots on the ground, and Lord Saladin will oversee the operation to ensure everything goes smoothly. We'll only have this asset for a limited time, so make it worthwhile. Good luck.
Near the end of the season, we learned the whole plan was to gain control of the Scarlet Keep on the moon, take it from Xivu's forces and use it as a base. They were stockpiling and stealing Guardian light from dead Guardians and manifesting Savathun's throne world. From there, they could easily invade Earth, so we head to the moon and stop this advance.
The Lucent Hive are attempting to retake the Witch Queen's position on your moon.
Transporting an invasion force of this size must require a massive Hive ritual.
Crow, do you have eyes on the ritual? Crow, do you read me? Damn it.
Push forward without it. We can't split our focus while the Lucent Hive are staging an invasion. Is Crow confirmed? Is that our target?
He's still missing.
My Scions confirm. Target acquired.
Engage, but do not destroy, Guardian.
Once my warriors send you into the Mindscape, you may be as brutal as you wish. This is the Mindscape, Guardian. It's a mental projection built by my Scions. Sever the Witch Queen's connection to this Hive before it escapes.
Well done. The invasion is halted. For now.
A feat made possible by the Guardian and my psionic warriors, who have proven their worth yet again.
When the Lucent Hive make their next move, the Vanguard and the Empire will stop it.
together.
Let's not put the tongue before the tusk, small man. Trust is still being built. But for today, at least, I am happy to share a victory.
Someone needs to track down Crow. I'll see you back at the tower.
Back in the helm, Crow still feels bad for the Hive, so he unplugged the machine, killing Keitel's most trusted scion.
Crow, what happened?
I didn't mean to.
A full abort sequence initiated from this location. What have you done?
I shut it down. I didn't know it would kill the scion.
Keitel sends an emissary to the tower, and you kill him. Can you even understand the repercussions this will have?
I'll face them. What the Vanguard was doing here wasn't right.
It's not your place to judge.
You said the right path can be hard to find, but when you do, you have to be strong enough to walk it.
I also said mercy to an enemy must not come at the cost of their victims.
We already disrupted Savathun's ritual on the moon. I couldn't stand by while we did this to these Hive.
The Hive are monsters.
So was I.
When Keitel learns of this, I hope the Vanguard can survive your conscience.
You understand, don't you?
In a final cutscene, Keitel wants answers and a life for a life. She wants Crow dead, but Saladin steps in to take the blame and to honor her. In the end, Saladin Forge joins the forces of the Empress and becomes Brachus Forge, still allied with the city but now working for the Cabal.
How do you justify the innocent blood on your hands? It was honorable.
It was an accident.
The Cabal word for accident has two syllables. One is fault, the other responsibility. Honor the scion whose life was taken. A life for a life. That is our way.
That is your way, not ours.
You will not deny us justice!
Do what you believe is right. I did.
I will honor you. You demand a life for a life. Take mine.
Cabal reward bravery in the face of death. I accept. Your life is forfeit. You will serve the rest of your days on my war council as Brachus Forge.
Then it's done.
Zavala, you can't...
Not a word.
Emperor Calus has returned, now parked over the moon with his Leviathan. Calus is now obsessed with the darkness and witness. We've seen these events stemming from that Glycon mission in Season of the Chosen. Now, he's come to the moon to try and take over the lunar pyramid, merge with it and become a disciple under the witness, like Rock was. We quickly begin to learn that the nightmares have returned, and this time in a haunting fashion. As a guardian and characters of the city, we must face our own nightmares to sever Calus' connection to the lunar pyramid. Eris explains this in the intro.
The lunar pyramid stirs to the Leviathan's call. It manifests our deepest regrets. They wear familiar faces and speak with familiar voices.
Remember your last advisor, Zavala. You trust this one's judgment?
I can bind these nightmares to us. Grant us safe passage through the ship.
Hive magic. You would doom us all.
I know what I'm asking you to confront.
Do you?
The rules have bent around us. We must also bend.
Madness. Your witchcraft plays right into my father's hands. Find someone else for your ritual.
Your regrets will follow you, Empress. Let me offer protection.
My armor is protection enough. I will lead the charge. You need only follow.
No matter what happens, do not break the circle. This will anchor our offerings. Now, tithe your weights to the crown.
My heart, from a time long past.
My memory, from one life to the next.
Song of Sothona, your words are mine to command. Borlog, Ayat.
Eris!
Chords plucked in offered throats find chorus. Echoes once dissonant, exhumed, find harmony in binding flesh. It burdens. It burdens. It burdens until the choir relents, accepting. We are bound.
The Crown of Sorrow has been brought to the helm after the Glycon incident. Eris says we can use it as a tool against Calus, slay nightmares and imprison them within the crown. Hopefully use them against Calus in the end. Each week we battle different nightmares and see characters overcome their struggles. Crow with his past nightmare in Aldrin Sov.
We all have parts we wish weren't there. But acknowledging them can make us stronger. I'll always be balancing on the edge of something terrible. But now I have someone to pull me back. Who? You. I can learn from your mistakes. My triumphs, too. Yeah. You point out the pitfalls, I'll fill them in. We'll right your wrongs together. See you around.
Zavala with his wife and son.
I am sorry.
You can only apologize for something that is your fault. Hakim wouldn't want to see you mourn. He'd want his father to be proud of his courage, as I am proud of yours.
Hakim should know his father feels nothing but pride. That's why I trusted him to protect you. You've given me a lot to consider about where I put my faith.
Analyzing the whims of a silent god? You'll mull those thoughts over into dust. There's not always an answer. Let go and rest.
Yesterday I was too tired to rest. Today, Safi, Hakim, I'll find you in my dreams.
and Keitel with gall.
The old ways are dead, Dominus. I forged a new Cabal in my image. It does not require your approval.
I see you, Keitel. I see your new Cabal pulled from the jaws of extinction. You have surpassed me. I attempted to subdue the light and burn for it. But you wield it on your war council. What conquest is more deserving?
You still don't understand. It wasn't conquest. It was compromise. An act your traditions never would have allowed.
You have finally grown beyond the prescriptions of your idols. Despite my legend, Call is flesh. His words are only words, like yours.
There is a difference. Mine are better. Was that it, then? If dead men and sanctimony are all Calus has to threaten me, he might as well turn the Leviathan around and run.
During the last week, Calus succeeds and takes control of the pyramid. But if we strike as one at the heart of this presence, we might be able to stop him from obtaining the power of the pyramid. The whole crew returns to the Leviathan and performs a ritual to banish Calus from the moon.
Calus has assumed control. But all may not be lost. Calus's psychic imprint is massive. Like a snail coiled within its shell, not all of him has slithered out of the Leviathan and into the pyramid. If we strike now, as one, at the heart of Calus's presence within the Leviathan, we may yet be able to prevent him from turning the power of the pyramid against us.
The others are not with you? Then we do this alone. Father! Do you see me? Show yourself!
I see you, daughter. I see your failures, your doubts, your fears. You could have stood at my side, but instead, you chose this.
Stand fast! There is nothing to fear!
Daughter,
Where is Calus? Dead. He has given himself over to the Witness. My father is gone.
Sophie,
In the end, Calus has given himself over to the Witness. Our character's nightmares have disappeared and the battle seems to be won for now. Calus was not killed here, don't be mistaken. We just stalled the progress of the Witness. Season of Plunder brought pirate tales of adventure to Destiny. Remember Aramis from the Beyond Light expansion, the Eliksni who would use the power of stasis and darkness? Well, the Witness unfroze her now, and under its command, Aramis would search for dark relics across the system. We begin by assisting Drifter on Europa. He wants us to rescue the Spider. After the whole crow incident with him, Mara and the Awoken wanted his head on a stake, so he fled the Tangled Shore. Finding the Spider, he gives us one of his catch ships so we can battle Aramis and her pirate forces.
First, let's discuss the matter of our hazard pay.
What? We got a deal. I will not be leveraged by an amateur extortionist.
Sure thing, boss. We'll just ship you back to the Tangled Shore. Queen Mara's got a handsome bounty on your ugly mug. Could be quite the payday.
Tell you what, House Salvation commandeered my old catch. If you can fight your way there, it's yours.
Oh, hell. The Witness must have broken Aramis out. No wonder House Salvation's scrambling.
So, the ship stealer is back in play. The artifact she's after.
This whole season is about finding dark relics before Aramis does. The Witness wants her to find these for some reason, but at the start of the season we have no clue why. Early on, Mithrax and Spider seem to know their origin, but the Guardian is left out in terms of answers.
Rumor has it your new crew has been bringing back delightful baubles, pulled from the old shores. Are you asking for a share? Do you think me so petty? We're on the same side here. We have our eyes on the same horizon. Those relics resurfaced for a reason. The power belongs to us. We could have everything this time. We need only take it.
You will leave that behavior in the past. You will not speak of it here beneath the great machine, or I will silence you.
There's no call for that.
Do you hear me, Ruckus?
I hear you.
Never summon me like this again.
We soon come to realize the truth. Long ago, when Mithrax's mother came to our solar system, they were led to the moon, where they found the pyramid. Heading inside, they found the body of an ancient being of darkness called Nezarec. This was one of the Witness's closest disciples, who led the first collapse on Earth. We are unsure exactly what went down back then, but his pyramid crash-landed on the moon, we know that much, and parts of his body later torn up by Mithrax's mother and crew. The Eliksni would take pieces of Nezarec, one Mithrax would inherit, and it would bring dark magic and power to his people. Mithrax would grow up to become a pirate Eliksni, serving alongside Ruckus the Spider. Together they would scavenge the system for power and even kill some of their own crew. The relics soon were scattered, and Mithrax slowly began to change his ways, eventually becoming the character we know, Kel of House Light and ally to the city. Back to current times, Aramis and the Witness want these pieces of Nezarec for some reason. We shouldn't really use the dark power, but we need to keep it out of their hands, so that's where our plans lie. During Plunder, we also meet Ido, Mithrax's daughter, who is a scribe or historian for House of Light. Throughout this story, Ido and Mithrax have fights over his past, the past that he never told her, him being a pirate and all. Eventually, Ido begins speaking to Aramis, which is not a good idea. Ido tries to persuade Aramis to come back to the light. They could still do good and rebuild their species like it once was.
These pirates sought to possess the relics of Nezarec. What else might they hold?
Scribe Ido.
Aramis Kel? I greet you in the light.
You are young and honor the old ways. So I will speak gently. You say there are paths
can. He is wrong. He and I will always be what we are. But we are not something you would wish to become. I remember the whirlwind, and we are running from it. We are running from that pain, and will be forever. You do not want this life. Aramis, do not stand in my way. If we meet again, I will be the last thing you see. You and that hypocrite you call a father.
In the final week, Ido goes missing. We are sent to a pirate hideout to track her down, and at this moment Mithrax and Aramis have a pirate duel of madness. Aramis escapes.
Protected me! Stop!
Do it. Show your daughter who you really are.
In the end, we find all the relics of Nezarec, which seemed too easy. Was this a trick, a plan of Aramis and the Witness all along? In the following weeks, Ido and Mithrax inspect the relics and try and decode how they could be of use to us. In the final week, we get that answer in an epilogue scene. Using the dark relics, Mithrax turns them into a darkness tea, which Osiris drinks. He reawakens after years in a coma and Savathun's thoughts.
And in the last city, as Mithrax would say, the light provides. The Guardians gave their treasures to those in need. Our people were being cared for. And Mithrax could take time to study the secrets of the reliquaries. He said they were connected by threads he alone could perceive, and that they whispered to him. He performed a conversion. He claimed from them a mass of primal darkness. He distilled it, transformed its terrifying energy into a more agreeable state. And Osiris, my phoenix, who broke time itself to bring me to his side, awoke. As he recovered, Osiris would tell us how the energy opened his mind. Let him remember Savathun's thoughts and fears as if they were his own. He would tell us about power she knew of, a secret hidden away on Neptune. Yes, he would explain all of this. But when he first opened his eyes, his words were only, "Saint, my love." That was all. And that was enough.
Season of the Seraph opens with the return of Anna Bray and Rasputin. Last time we seen Rasputin, he was damaged when the pyramid ships arrived in Season of the Arrivals. As it began to float over Mars, Rasputin went dark, and since then, Anna would put him in an engram and has been trying to place him into an exo body ever since, but was unsuccessful. Seraph opens with Anna and Osiris speaking. Osiris is having visions of Neptune since awakening, and Anna is struggling with Rasputin's engram. They both don't like what happens next, but it could be the only way to achieve what they both want. They need Clovis Bray's help.
Savathun couldn't conceal every thought. Some I stole. One of Neptune. The collapse. A turning point. It's a blur. I cannot focus. Warmind is our greatest bastion of Golden Age data. I need what it knows.
I've tried everything. I can't even access his protocols.
But perhaps your grandfather could.
Osiris? That man? No. Clovis Bray is a maniac. A selfish, murderous monster.
So was Rasputin. But it might be the only option I have left.
Starting this season, we venture to Europa and find forces of Xivu Arath and Wrathborn invading the area and Bray's creation laboratory. We also learn it's not just Wrathborn. Aramis's House of Salvation are here as well, but even they are being converted into Wrathborn under the Witness and Xivu Arath. Either the Witness is punishing Aramis for the events of Plunder, or she's allowing her forces to be turned into Wrathborn, which seems unlikely.
Wrathborn made from House Salvation stock. A gruesome fate. If they're nailed to the Witness, this is a logical step.
I don't know.
Are Xivu and Aramis not allies working towards the same cause?
Opportunity, maybe. Aramis doesn't strike me as the type to tolerate subjugation.
After clearing some of them out, we speak to Clovis, who eventually agrees to help. Anna partitions Clovis's AI to the helm, and we begin business.
Wait, I think I found him. Hello?
Who is that? Anastasia?
The one and only.
Of course it's you. Remedy this immediately. I want minimal collateral.
Stop whining. The Guardian's already on your doorstep. Gramps, let's skip the dancing and cut to the chase. We'll find another way to help Rasputin.
Rasputin? The Warmind is operational? Fascinating.
His source code's corrupted. I don't know how to fix it, but you do.
Ugh. You were always too preoccupied teaching the Warmind to feel, to learn how it functioned.
What don't I know?
Simply everything, Anastasia. But yes, I will help you. Because you need it. And because no one else can.
Scattered around the system are subminds of Rasputin, smaller AIs that have their own personalities but are a part of the overall Warmind system. We're told that if we collect enough submind data from the vaults, maybe we can rebuild Rasputin's core. In the first week, we also learn of the Seraph station above Earth. When Rasputin is back up and in control, he will use that station to launch warsats and defenses from the warsat network against Xivu Arath. So in the meantime, we head up there to clear it out, installing a backdoor entry point for when the Warmind is back online.
Once you're aboard the station, I'll guide you to the Warmind integration core. There, we'll upload a virus into its system. The virus will hold open a backdoor to the Seraph station's network. We can remotely transfer control of the station to Rasputin once he's ready.
Virus uploaded. We're done here. For now.
Along the way, Anna, Elsie, and Mara jump in. Elsie doesn't trust Clovis, but Anna wants answers, and for now she'll stick with the plan.
Lying! That's what he does! That's all he does!
Clovis is the only one who knows how to reintegrate Rasputin with his subminds.
Did he tell you how? Or is he just dangling it in front of you so that you keep him around?
I remember a dinner that ended like this. Elizabeth, you haven't changed a day.
After several weeks, the submind data wasn't enough. and with permission from Lord Saladin, we head to Felwinter Peak to retrieve parts of Lord Felwinter's ghost. Remember, this is the exosun that Rasputin created, who was a part of the Iron Lords. Maybe this ghost still has some info we can use. At the temple, we find fragments of Felspring and succeed. Rasputin is brought back online, but as he begins to speak, he warns us of something terrifying.
That's her. Or what's left of her. Felspring. Felwinter's ghost. Her data core is still active. Guardian, I'm initiating remote data uplink through your ghost directly to Rasputin. Alright, Wait. Rasputin is trying to say something. He's...
changed.
Rasputin? You sound like...
Like Clovis? Yes. I co-opted his vocal print in order to speak. And what I have to say cannot wait. I see clearly. Patterns emerging. Threat calculations computed to a grim sum. You are all in grave danger.
Clovis Bray has deceived you. He did not build me to protect humanity. What he truly wanted was the means to exert control. In his mind, he alone was worthy of being your savior. I was to strike down the Traveler and take its place. To become a machine god of Clovis's own design. But that did not come to pass. Anna could not know how many lives she spared by deviating from Clovis's agenda. By teaching me independent thought, and all that her grandfather had deemed irrelevant. Art, literature, history, philosophy, music. Where Clovis saw a weapon, Anna saw a mind ready to be opened. I came to see the true value of humanity. As fragile as it was wondrous. Something worthy of protection at any cost. So I rewrote Clovis's protocols, locked him out. He was furious, but powerless to stop me. Then, the collapse came for us all. I could not save Anna. I could not save any of them. I entered a state of dormancy, with the hope that I might one day reawaken and protect humanity once more. But now Clovis has awoken as well. A digital mind, the same as mine. He no longer seeks to use me as his proxy, but as his prototype. To upload his mind to my network and become a god himself.
So that's right, Clovis wants to use Rasputin for his own power, much like he did back during the Golden Age. Clovis would have shot down the Traveler with Rasputin and replaced it with himself, becoming a god, but Rasputin locked him out, and with help from Anna when it comes to learning about human culture, history, and literature, he developed feelings. The sisters confront grandfather Clovis and Anna sends him back to Europa.
Go ahead, shoot me. Destroy your life's work. I've always had humanity's best interests at heart.
You never wanted to help us. You used me.
In the service of the greater good, yes. What has the Traveler ever really done? It abandoned the Eliksni, failed to prevent our own collapse, and now it's blessed the Hive with the light. Absurd. I leveraged its power during the Golden Age. I delivered us into a brighter future. And I will protect us from the enemies of humanity. But you risk everything, risk our survival, just because you can't control your emotions. Humanity needs me. You need me. We'll fight our enemies together.
No. No.
What are you doing?
Fighting the enemies of humanity.
Is it that outfit there? Upload complete. Secondary personality matrix deleted.
I need a minute.
Rasputin is now alive, but different. He's combined with the personalities of his subminds and also has Felwinter's memories, his own son whom he destroyed with the Iron Lords.
It is strange to inhabit a physical shell in this manner. Yet, it is also familiar. Felwinter's memories are now mine as well. I see myself as he saw me. A tyrant who squandered a power that could have saved the world. I cannot say he was incorrect. You have brought me back from the brink of oblivion. I vow to do everything in my power to return the favor.
Nephele Stronghold is a term that appears multiple times throughout the submine's caches. Each time I read it, I hear it whispered in Savathun's voice. Anna recognizes the term Nephele, transcribed from a temporal disturbance on Mars. Recognition was all she had to offer. But Rasputin must know. Asking the right question could unlock everything.
We later learn Xivu Arath's plan to summon her Wrathborn and armies over Earth. When it comes to Xivu, she's the Hive god of war, and war, you guessed it, fuels her. If we use the war sats and rain down on the Wrathborn, boom, Hive invasion. If they get to it first and use it, same outcome. Rasputin struggles with a plan. All he's known is war, and he's not sure if he can do the right thing to stop this attack.
Her death singers weave their magic and prepare for a grand sacrifice.
If so, our strategy remains unchanged. Retake the war sets and eradicate the Wrathborn.
Just as Xivu Arath desires. The Warsats are immensely powerful. Their use would result in unparalleled destruction. She cares not which side is obliterated. Her worm will gorge itself on the carnage either way.
Overwhelming force has proven to be the only effective tactic against the Hive. Without it, I do not know what to do.
The Warsats are a means to an end. Xivu Arath will bask in the destruction they bring, and open the Ascendant Plane above Earth, as she did on Tora Bottle. It does not matter who pulls the trigger. We must cease our efforts to restore the Warmind.
No. We've worked too long and too hard to stop now. Rasputin is our best shot at winning this war.
That is precisely my concern. He is a weapon made to be wielded.
He is more than a weapon. He's our ally. And he will act in humanity's best interest.
Then I propose we aim not for total victory, but a stalemate. Allow Rasputin to prevent Xivu Arath from claiming her prize, and refrain from using it himself.
After speaking with Anna, Rasputin sends us on a mission. First to get more submine data in the battlegrounds, then to the Cosmodrome to recover top secret information encrypted long ago. We're told not even Anna knows about this, but we are trusted to keep it safe. We enter the Cosmodrome and Rasputin's bunker through the Saber Strike door. Inside, the Warmind speaks to us about his past, his tyranny and acts of murder. We fight to the end and collect the hidden data.
As the Warmind, my primary objective has been ensuring humanity's survival. To achieve that objective, I engaged in espionage, sabotage, murder, all acts of tyranny, all unforgivable. But one of them was particularly egregious, an order I nearly executed, that would have haunted me to this day. When the collapse began, I feared the Traveler would abandon Earth. So I reactivated the protocol to use the warsats against it. I intended to immobilize the Traveler, to force it to stay. But in the end, I aborted the firing sequence. Anna does not remember this, but it was she who convinced me to stop. She has always been the angel on my shoulder. My humanity. She is the reason that I am more than a weapon. I am Rasputin because of Anna Bray. Thank you for retrieving the files, Guardian. They must be preserved at all costs. Due to their sensitive nature, I cannot risk uploading them to the network. But they should be safe in the Vanguard's possession.
And this brings us to the final week of Season of the Seraph. We start in the Helm, where Rasputin tells us the next step. He needs to sacrifice himself to stop Aramis and Xivu. Anna doesn't want him to do this, but he says it's the only way to stop their advance. Aramis found the back door from earlier in the season we planted, so what we need to do is take Rasputin there in his engram form and upload him to the network. Aramis has activated Abhorrent Imperative and Loki Crown, wanting to use the warsats to fire against the Traveler. So I'm going to play the important parts of this quest and we'll discuss it afterwards.
Rasputin, you can't be serious.
We have no other options. Aramis has breached the Warsat network security protocols. Soon our most dangerous weapon will be in our enemy's hands. Once she issues the command to fire, not even I will be able to stop it. Our only choice will be to destroy the warsats. All of them.
The only way to do that is...
Yes. Once I am uploaded to the orbital station, you must activate my self-destruct sequence.
No! There must be another way.
I have run trillions of combat simulations. They all end with the same result. My mere existence places humanity in danger. All that I am, every protocol, every line of code, must be erased forever. I must die, so others may live.
I won't let you sacrifice yourself.
I know. Clovis built me to be a weapon, to destroy my designated targets. But you taught me to be something more. A shield, a protector, a guardian. He gave me form, he gave me function. But you gave me purpose. Please help me fulfill that purpose now. Let me save humanity.
I just got you back. Now I have to say goodbye.
I've always been with you, Anna. And I always will be. We have no time to waste. Aramis has accessed Abhorrent Imperative, the protocol I created to use the warsats against the Traveler and prevent its departure. I surmise that the Traveler is Aramis's target as well. My internal algorithm has repaired me to the point where my self-destruct sequence can be initiated once I am uploaded to the network. However, Aramis has discovered and sealed the backdoor we installed aboard the station. You must manually link me to the controls. Breach Seraph Station with the pillory engram in hand. The time for subterfuge is over. Haste is what matters now. If Aramis fires the warsats, the resulting devastation will be incalculable. There may be nothing left for the Hive to conquer. We cannot allow that to happen, Guardian. You must do what is necessary to prevent it. And so must I.
We only get one shot at this. It's all on us. House Salvation has locked down the launch facility, and we don't have time to regain control. Rasputin is going to try to remotely scramble the station's defenses. Buy you a couple of seconds to do a flyby and transmat in.
Emphasis, a couple of seconds. Brace yourself.
House Salvation on high alert. They'll throw everything they have at you. Empress Keitel is scrambling Imperial warships to divert the fleet's attention. Get to the command center so we can start the upload.
Warning, the Salvation catch is not following the Empress's diversion.
It's maintaining position at the station. They know you're there. Hurry! I'm reading movement in the hangar bay. House Salvation is preparing to repel your boarding.
There you are. I knew it would be you. This was it. This was your final resistance? I expected more. House Salvation, destroy the Guardian and vengeance for Reese is ours.
Guardian, Aramis has begun initiating the firing sequence. We do not have much time.
Aramis has the Warsat firing systems at 75%. We're running out of time.
Clear the resistance and engage the pillory engram to the main comms console.
No, no, no! Warsat's at 93%. Something's happening. Do you feel that? It's like a heartbeat.
I feel nothing. But there's activity in the city. In the tower. The Traveler is reacting.
I don't like this. It's too familiar.
It is.
Machine will never abandon anyone again.
It's leaving. The Traveler is leaving. The Warsats.
Aramis, please do not do this. If you care at all for our people, if there is anything left in your heart,
make it known your pain.
Anna, it's time.
For Reese.
Goodbye, Red.
So first of all, this cutscene was epic. Allies of the city all look over as the Traveler begins to leave Earth. Rasputin sacrifices himself as Aramis is about to fire at the Traveler. With this sacrifice, he destroys the Seraph station. Aramis wonders why the Traveler doesn't flee. It's still hovering there high above Earth for some reason. The witness responds because it has nowhere else to run. At the tower, we speak to Zavala and Ikora about the situation. They give us some text that explains their thoughts, and we can see the Traveler is no longer here in the last city. That encrypted data from the Cosmodrome is revealed to us. The Neptunian city is real, Rasputin says, and he's now trusted us with that information.
Guardian, if you are listening to this, then the deed is done. I trust my sacrifice was not in vain. Anna and I have shared our farewells. This will be hard on her, but she is resilient, strong, and she is not alone. I have a final message for you as well. The Neptunian city in Osiris's visions is real. I do not know its exact location, but it is home to the Veil, an object of immense paracausal power. One that is linked to the Traveler. The details are contained within the Nephele stronghold files retrieved from the Cosmodrome. I have decrypted them for Osiris's benefit. Tell him it is a parting gift, from one old miser to another. All other files referencing the city have been deleted from my records, and not by me. Someone wanted it to remain a secret. Anna once worried that she had neglected to teach me how to trust. But now, as my penultimate act, I entrust this knowledge to you. Use it well, my Seraph. Humanity has no more need of a Warmind. Not when you have each other.
Lightfall brings us to Neptune. Osiris's visions were truthful. Savathun's thoughts had knowledge of a lost human city called Neomuna. Neomuna is home to humans who survived the collapse. They have technology that far surpasses our own, but now they're exposed. The Witness and his newest disciple Calus have invaded the city, searching for some long-lost secret. The Guardians will venture here to stop the Witness and Calus, but also meet the Cloud Striders, defenders of Neomuna and its people. Lightfall's story is going to be epic, and I'll have a full video on my channel recapping the story for the entire expansion. If you're at this point in the video and Lightfall has already released, check the description down below, or you can click the card at the end of the video to send you right over there.
When they see this glorious end, they will come for us. To savor the fruitless struggle to its last drop. It's who they are. Let them come and see. Our shape reveal what they do then. Unshackled from hope. That is who they are. Because only in the end are we free.
Anyway, Guardians, that's all we got for this video. If you're still with me to this point, I thank you very much for watching, and if you'd like to see some other Destiny lore and mysteries just like this video, please be sure to subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you Guardians in the next one.